Testing. Testing. All right.
Mic's on. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Tuesday, April 7th, 5 p.m. This is our city council meeting, and we will begin our meeting with roll call. Melissa, would you do that, please?
Councilmember Belsch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. Tonight we have closed session items. There's two that we're going to be talking to. Elizabeth Hall, would you tell us what we're going to be talking about?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are two items noticed on the agenda for this evening. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations regarding a portion of Pioneer Park. We will not be discussing that item this evening. The second item is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. And this is one potential case regarding a piece of property located at 2548 Spring Street. The owners of the property are Scott Stokes and Harry Hamilton.
Very good. I'll open up then public comment regarding the closed session matter. Anyone in the public wishing to say anything? Anyone online, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session and reconvene at 6 p.m.
Testing.
Now? There you go. All right. Good evening, everyone. It's Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, 6 p.m., and we're reconvening from closed session into open session. And we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand, and then also the invocation by Pat Sheehan. Please remain standing. Join with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father, thank you for this wonderful season, this holiday season when many of us reflect on the miraculous resurrection of your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. And the words of the angel of the Lord come to mind. Do not be afraid, for I know that you seek Jesus who was crucified. He is not here, for he is risen, as he said. Come see the place where the Lord lay. Lord, help us as your people to remember that we are one human family, no matter our ethnicity, as Astronaut Glover so eloquently declared. Help us to love one another, prefer one another, and serve one another. Let your light so shine in Paso Robles such that strife, malice, and hatred have no place in our community. We thank you for Mayor Hammond, councilpersons Gregory, Bosch, Strong, and Beal. Fill them, Lord, with the spirit of wisdom and revelation for every decision before them tonight. Lord, bless and be with our police and emergency services personnel who bravely serve and protect us all. Give grace to our city manager and all those who labor in City Hall. Supply them with all they need to manage and care for our city. Lord, we ask this in the glorious name of your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Pat Sheehan, Family Worship Center. We'll move on to roll call. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Belch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. We'll have staff introductions beginning on my right.
Melissa Martin, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholz, Deputy City Clerk.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Chris Huot, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
Very good. We had closed session, and we will report out, if you would. Elizabeth Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there were two items on the agenda for closed session. The first was conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations. This related to a piece of property known as a portion of Pioneer Park. The council did not go into closed session and discuss that item this evening. The second item on the agenda was conference with legal counsel regarding the initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. And this relates to a piece of property at 2548 Spring Street. And the council did discuss that item, but there's no reportable action this evening.
Thank you. Moving on presentations, we have 6 tonight. 4 of them I will start. And if I could have Melissa Bailey, our city librarian, and Angelica 14, our community services director, come on up. And actually staff. Yeah, absolutely. Looking group, all right. Proclamation, National Library Week 2026. Whereas, since the founding of the Carnegie Library in the city of El Paso de Robles in 1908, city leaders have recognized that libraries are cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas of all members of our community. And whereas the Paso Robles City Library is a vital community hub for learning and education, health and wellness, community engagement, quality of life, and cultural pursuits and economic development. And whereas our valued library workers and dedicated volunteers are joining library supporters across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of authority vested in me and Mayor, and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do proclaim the week of April 19th through 25th, 2026 as National Library Week and encourage all Roblins to visit their city library this week and explore what's new and engage yourself with your librarian. Very good. Would you like to say something, Melissa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for recognizing how important the library is to our community. And we appreciate the important work that our staff, volunteers, and our support groups like the Foundation do for us and our community every day. So for National Library Week, we encourage you to come in, visit the library if you haven't been for a while, get a library card, and perhaps say hi to one of your lovely working librarians.
All right, thank you. Can you guys stay up there? Okay, yeah, you two stay, and you guys can, we're going to do another presentation, so how about, oh, that's right, okay, all right. I guess that works too. And if I can have past mayor of Tascadero, Mr. Tom O'Malley, and, okay, all right. And let's get Jennifer Martin, if you could come on up, Jennifer, that would be good. First, we're going to be doing the first thing, there's two things we're doing here tonight. First one is the $2,000 scholarship, and that scholarship is the high school scholarship that the Kiwanis and Mr. Tom O'Malley has designed to get done, and maybe you can say a little more about it, and it's going to be presented to the Library Foundation, and we can tell everybody about what's happening.
Sure. Well, you may remember Mayor Martin, a good friend of mine. And not only was he a former mayor, he's also a former president of Kiwanis in Paso. So we both had those positions in our respective cities. And all through our lives, Steve and I did stuff together. We started the winemaker dinner 17 years ago. And you got to have wine for after every meeting, right? Anyway, from that, we in Kiwanis wanted to have an ongoing scholarship that we're working with Mayor Hammond on through the school. But what I am doing through our Mother's Day event, again, which is a fundraiser where we invite families of special needs populations throughout the county, primarily Escuela del Rio. So they get just a special day for families that wouldn't necessarily have a special day. But we make so much extra money, we like to give a few things in memory of folks. We're doing an ongoing $2,000 a year to Paso Robles Library Foundation, just because former electeds really don't like categorical funding. So we're just saying, here's money, do whatever you think is best used for youth in your community. And I know the Martin family has always been supportive of we're doing what we can to remind folks what a special person Mayor Martin was and how much he cared for our communities and especially youth. So with that, I'll figure you'll know what to do with that check. Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, why don't you get the camera right in?
So, we're going to give you one of these too, and this is something. This is a certificate of recognition statement from the City of Paso Robles. The City of Paso Robles proudly recognizes the Atascadero Kiwanis Club and the representatives of Mayor Steve Martin's Literacy Scholarship, which is founded, I guess today would be a good start, for their continued commitment in education and community enrichment. Through their generous contributions, a $2,000 and a future scholarship of $1,500 will be also given to the library for reading programs. These efforts directly support the late Mayor Martin's wish to support youth literacy and long learning in our community. The city extends its sincere appreciation to all involved for for honoring the legacy of Mayor Steve Barton and for the lasting impact the students and families will have in Paso Robles because of Steve. Thank you very much.
Steve would be very pleased.
Yeah, please.
Steve loved the library. He was always a big supporter of the library. He was a believer in lifelong education, and he practiced that, and the library helped.
Well, thank you very much for being here, Jennifer. Appreciate it for Steve. Next, if I could have Maggie Payne, San Luis Obispo County Office of Education. Maggie? You have others? Come on up. Sure. Yeah.
We have some art from the children at Georgia Brown for everyone. I think they're not, they're not very super reading. But from the child, thank you so much. That's for the mayor. That's for the mayor. Thank you. Yes, of course. And thank you. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Maggie, if you can hold this a bit. There's your break. This is a proclamation, Month of the Child and Child Abuse Prevention Month, April 2026. Whereas the Paso Robles City Council recognizes that children deserve all collective investment and investment in strong early childhood systems, including access to quality child care and early learning opportunities, supports not only the health and development of children and the stability of families, but also contributes to the economic vitality and long-term prosperity of our community. And whereas April, recognized as Month of the Child and Child Abuse Prevention Month, provides an opportunity to celebrate and wonder the promise of childhood while reaffirming our commitment to ensuring that every child has access to safe, nurturing environments at home, in child care, at school, and throughout the community. And whereas the City of Paso Robles has demonstrated leadership in supporting families by partnering with Community Action Partnership, known as CAPSLO, Child Care Resource Connection, to conduct a market analysis for Paso Robles families. And whereas the study engaged local child care providers and community stakeholders to better understand the child care landscape, including barriers related to workforce shortages, affordability, and facility capacities, and identified opportunities to strengthen the child care system to meet the needs of working families. And whereas during Child Abuse Prevention Month, our community also raises awareness of the many children who experience abuse and neglect, and renews our commitment to strengthening families, supporting prevention efforts, and ensuring that every child grows up and safe in a supported and valued family. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Month of the Child and Child Abuse Prevention Month. Would you like to say a word?
All right. Well, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members, my name is Maggie Payne. I'm here representing the San Luis Obispo County Early Care and Education Planning Council and First Five San Luis Obispo County. We, in partnership with families and the community, plan for and promote accessible services of the highest quality for the care of all children and youth. I'm honored to accept this proclamation as we recognize this month as a time to celebrate, uplift, and commit ourselves to the well-being of the youngest members of our community. I'm wearing blue today to honor my commitment to preventing child abuse, as April is also recognized as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Blue is worn to show support for all of the agencies and organizations coordinating their efforts to protect our community's most vulnerable. Together, their vital work ensures the promotion of programs that build strong and thriving families. Every child deserves a hero, and every child deserves love, support, and the chance to dream big. I want to express gratitude to the City of Paso Robles for this meaningful recognition. This proclamation is not just an acknowledgement of the work we do, but a call to action for all of us to ensure that every child has what they need to grow, thrive, and succeed. April is an opportunity for us to take time to pause and reflect on how we, as the adults and leaders of our world, impact our community's children and families with every decision that we make. Thank you again for this honor. I accept this proclamation not just for myself, but for every educator, parent, mentor, and advocate who works tirelessly to encourage and inspire and support the children of Paso Robles and all of San Luis Obispo County. It truly takes a village to raise children, and we're so glad that you are a part of ours. Let's keep making a difference, because when we invest in our children, we invest in a better future for all of us.
And we have one more, Earth Month, Jaybird Blue, Slow Climate Action Coalition, come on up, yeah. You bet, that's fine. Go ahead and hold that. And your name?
Jaybird. My name is Jaybird Blue.
Jaybird. Oh,
I'm that Jaybird.
That's really cool. I've never heard that name before, that's great.
I'm the first and only. There can only be one.
Well, okay, that's perfect. Break the mold. Proclamation, Earth Month and Slow Earth Fest, April 2026. Whereas the City of Paso Robles recognizes and protecting the natural environment and responsibly management natural resources is essential to health, prosperity, and quality of life in our community. Whereas April is recognized around the world as Earth Month, providing an opportunity to promote environmental awareness and encourage sustainable practices that protect the planet for future generations. And whereas the City of Paso Robles supports sustainability through programs and initiatives that promote water conservation, energy efficiency, responsible land management planning, recycling and waste reduction, and protection of natural resources within our community. And whereas Slow Earth Fest 2026 brings together residents, businesses, nonprofit organizations, and public agencies from across the region to celebrate environmental stewardships, highlight sustainable solutions, and inspire community action. And whereas Slow Earth Fest provides educational opportunities and recognizes for the many organizations and volunteers who are working to conserve natural resources, reduce environmental impacts, and build a more sustainable future for the Central Coast. Now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of vesting me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Earth Month and recognizes Slow Earth Fest 2026 for its leadership in promoting environmental awareness, sustainability, and regional collaboration. Jaybird.
Thank you. Can I join you?
Yep, you bet.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much, and good evening, Paso Robles City's Council. I want to thank you for proclaiming April as Earth Month. More specifically, the child I used to be and the one that grew up on a family farm on Jardine Road wants to thank you. Back then, that child knew very little about the global concerns, but she knew that a well-tended garden fed her family and her pet chickens. She knew the peace that came with watering her rows of vegetables and the excitement of planning her yearly entries in the Mid-State Fair. She knew the simple thrill of winning the best flower arrangement and the pure joy of the zucchini car races. It's true, I had the biggest zucchinis too. As I grew up, I learned about very real threats to our environment. I realized that tending a garden today is much more challenging than it was in the 90s. But as I sought out knowledge, I felt a calling to do whatever I could to ensure the next generation feels the same calm and connection that I felt in my garden. I've learned that every effort matters, no matter the size. And that is why I jumped at the opportunity to be here today as a Paso kid myself to thank you, Paso Robles, for this proclamation on behalf of my child self and my grown self. We see you, we appreciate your commitment, and I look forward to growing alongside the city through many efforts, many more gardens, and many more Mid-State Fairs and Earth Fests. Thank you.
You bet. I know there's going to be plenty of other Jaybirds this fair coming up here first second week in July, isn't it? I think is when it starts this year. Yeah.
You know, I am the coordinator for Earth Fest, so that's all I can think about right now.
Stay focused. All right. Very good. Thank you for coming. All right, moving on. Capital projects. Adidas Esperanza, do you have that for us?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the audience. This is the monthly Public Works construction projects in progress. So this is a list of projects that are currently in construction. I will highlight just a few of them. The first one is the pickleball court / Sherwood Park improvements. As you can see, the pedestrian bollards are installed. The benches over the shading are in. Those are the benches that the pickleball players would be sitting at, waiting for their turn to play inside the court. The shade structure has already been installed as well, along with the barbecue grill and the park benches. And next week, or in a couple of weeks, it'll start looking more like a pickleball court as the contractor will begin lining the stripes and the courts, pickleball court, as well as the individual between courts fencing will be installed, and then it will really look like it's ready to go. However, we still have a few things to do, as in some more site work. We still have to finish some irrigation, landscaping, providing power, meeting the requirements of PG&E so that they can come and provide power to the park. And so we're not quite ready yet, but soon we will. We're projected to complete it about end of May. The next project that's in progress is called the Capitol Hill Sewer Project. This, the Capitol Hill Street was one of the original list of the Measure E12 projects to be, streets to be reconstructed. But before we could do that, we had to upgrade all the old sewer lines. So we're doing that right now. They should finish soon, and then we will we'll initiate the road repair design for Capitol Hill. The Sierra Bonita Road Repair Project is going on right now. It's going pretty well, and it's progressing quite well, and all the dig-out repairs are done. We've done the leveling course, and so they should be done by the end of the summer. The next project is on the west side, which we refer to as the Fiberized Slurry Seal Project. That's pretty complete. This week, they're doing the pavement markings, the stop signs, the dip, slow down signs on the parking, and then the parking, the angled diagonal parking stripes on 13th Street. So that will be done, and then we'll move on to the next fiberized slurry project. And again, fiberized slurry is a special material that we've discovered that we're trying to use all over town. It's a much more robust than a typical slurry seal, and it's only, quote unquote, a treatment that's not rigorous, so it does not require us to do any upgrades to our curb ramps, which saves us some money and allows us to spread the money further and do more streets. So that leads me to the upcoming projects. Since most of these projects are coming to a close, we have a few more that will be beginning pretty soon. And here's the list of them, and I'll just highlight a few. First and foremost is the Creston Road Corridor Phase 2 project, which has a roundabout at Rolling Hills. And so the project limit does start right around Rolling Hills and goes all the way to Niblick. I'm pleased to announce that the project has been advertised for bids, and bids are due April 23rd. And if the bid that we receive is a good bid, then we'll be poised to recommend a construction award to the city council at their meeting in May. And so then we will be ready to begin construction right around soon after the school is out for the summer. The downtown streets, which are all in red here, we're beginning our design, and we should finish with the design end of this year, and we should look at having this project begin construction in early spring, summer of 2027. The other project that we're starting is the Orchard Bungalow project. We're just finishing the preliminary design. We've gathered all the field data, and the consultant right now is reviewing the field data to determine what is the best option maintenance treatment that we would do for these old streets. The other one is Sherwood Neighborhood, is under design as well. We hope to finish the design later this year. And again, this would be ready to be in construction in early summer, late spring. So we'll have two big projects going on next year, one on the east side, one on the west side, and of course, Creston Road Corridor will still be happening at that time. Commerce Way, I'd like to say, is also out to bid. The bids are due May 14th, and we hope to get good bids, and so by the time the sewer is completed, and then we'll be ready right on the heels of it to do the road repairs for Commerce Way. Riverside from 17th to 21st is also out to bid. That's to upgrade all the curb ramps and the sidewalks using CDBG funds. And once the curb ramps and the sidewalks are completed, then we would be ready to do the road repairs. So again, that's out to bid. The bids are due next April 16th. And if that's a good bid, we will be ready to recommend award of the project to the City Council. We would begin the work, but then right before the fair starts, we will stop the work and clean it all up to get ready for the fair, and then they will restart after the fair. And then once all the curb ramps and the sidewalks are installed, then we would start the road repair project as well. And again, this street was still on the list for the E12, Measure E12, now J20. That concludes my report, and I can answer any questions if you wish.
All right, thank you, Ditas. Questions on my left? Councilman
Thank you,
Beal.
very helpful. How long do you expect the downtown project to last with Park and Pine Street? How long do you think the construction
For
will take?
construction, I would say it's probably a good year and a half. It's a
Yeah,
lot of streets.
It's a lot of streets. It's
Yeah.
a lot of blocks.
Yes.
On two streets. And then you have the website here, and you do like weekly updates, so people, how would somebody sign up for those email alerts just to be informed on your capital projects updates?
It's part of the weekly CMO report that the city manager issues.
But people can also sign up for an email update, I think?
Yeah, I believe the report that's sent out by Public Works is available online, and then there is a way on the website to sign up for it. If not, we'll circle back with the team tomorrow and check in on that.
Great, thank you.
Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. Ditas, great report as usual, thank you. On the Creston Phase 2, bids are out. I'm very excited to hear that. It means we're getting closer. We're waiting for school to get out. Are you fairly confident that between the bid award that the contractor is going to be able to cycle up and actually start as soon as possible after school is out?
Well, that's the goal, yes.
Was that part of the bid?
Well, what do you mean part of the bid?
Is it a start date?
Well, before you have a start date, they have to sign the contract, and then they have to provide their performance bonds, their labor bonds, their certificates of insurance, and then we have to make sure that the city attorney accepts those paperwork, and if it's all good, then we issue a notice to proceed. So we can't really control what the contractor will submit. We assume that it's good and it will be approved at the first submittal, but sometimes they don't, and so, but that's the goal. That's why we're awarding in May, so it'll give us the whole month of May and part of June, because I don't think school's out till middle of June, end
Middle
of
of June,
June,
right.
yeah.
Okay. Fingers crossed. Thanks.
Councilman Strong, Pro Tem Greer, okay. I'll open up real quick. Anybody who would like to have a question of our capital projects engineer, come forward. Okay, we'll go ahead and close that. Thank you very much, Deedus.
Thank you.
Next, we have a legislative update from our city manager, Chris Huat.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The city contracts with Townsend Public Affairs to provide legislative work in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. They are essentially our eyes, ears, and voice in both of those locations. So given the timing at the state level, the legislature has been back in session for a minute. Bills have been introduced. The governor has unveiled his budget, and there's been some updates on both of those sides. We thought it would be a good time to bring in Townsend to provide you all with a legislative update and answer any questions you have. We are in close communication and contact with Casey and his team on a weekly basis, if not more frequent. And so they have done an excellent job in keeping us apprised of things that are happening, but thought it would be a good opportunity to brief the council as well. And I believe Mr. Elliott also has an update on some of the grant work that they also do for the city as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Casey Elliott with Townsend Public Affairs.
Casey, welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Mayor, council members, Casey Elliott, Vice President, Townsend Public Affairs. Want to provide you a brief update on a couple of different areas of activity that are going on, both at the state level, federal level, and then, as Chris mentioned, just some of the funding items that are currently in process. On the state level, we kind of look at things in two sets of timeframes, the policy bills, the calendar that those operate on, and then in parallel, the state budget process. From a legislative policy standpoint, the bill introduction deadline this year was February 20th. There were about 1,900 new bills introduced this year. From a Sacramento perspective, that's what I'd refer to as a relatively light year. They put in some bill caps last year, so we're seeing some of that lesser volume this year. We're now moving into a phase where policy committees are looking at these bills and giving them their once-over in their original House. Those policy committees will be going on through the beginning of May. Then they'll be evaluated for fiscal bills, and then we'll do the whole process over again in the second House, wrapping up this year by August 31st. So the state legislative cycle works on a much quicker pace than the federal side. At the same time, we have the state budget going on. I'll get into some details in a moment. Really, the mile markers, the governor introduced his January budget proposal in the first week of January. The legislature now is reviewing the various elements of that proposal with the legislative analyst's office, the various departments at the state, getting more information. We're really waiting for the May revise, which will be around May 14th this year, where the legislature receives from the governor updated revenue numbers, updated expenditure proposals, and then the legislature has to adopt a budget bill by June 15th. I always joke that is the one deadline in Sacramento that gets met every year, because if the legislature does not pass a budget by June 15th, they do not get paid. So June 15th, we will have a state budget. We will likely have cleanup legislation, budget trailer bills that continue through the end of the session and potentially into next year, given some of the volatility that's expected in the economy and revenues for the remainder of the year. As we look at the legislature, just a couple of overarching dynamics that are impacting the session. Obviously, first and foremost is kind of the dueling priorities between California and the federal administration, between the Newsom administration and the Trump administration. We're seeing any number of proposed bills, legislations, regulatory actions, legal actions, back and forth that reflect the difference in priorities between the two coasts. So that has crept into legislation, that is creeping into kind of a lot of the conversations, the budget conversations. So that continues to be a major theme of this legislative session. Additionally, we do have some new changes in leadership in the Senate. There was a new pro tem, Senator Monique Limon out of Santa Barbara took over this year. This is the first session. She has her leadership team in place, her committee chairs in place, and with that, we just get a little different flavor of how committees review bills, what their priorities are, how they're going to function. So we are operating under that structure this year for the first time, which is just a new little wrinkle. And then maybe kind of staying on the election theme, this being an election year, not only do we have issues with members, particularly post Prop 50, you have a number of legislators that are running for Congress that are termed out or otherwise. We obviously have the top of the ticket. All of the statewide constitutional offices are up for election this year. And then where the legislature gets involved is the ballot initiatives. With November, we would anticipate 10 to a dozen statewide level initiatives under rules that have been in place for the last decade. The legislature takes more of an active role in negotiating both legislative measures, for example, a housing bond or something like that, as well as negotiating with initiative proponents on measures that they may be trying to get on the ballot. So you have the legislature engaging in topics like CEQA reform, which is being pursued through a ballot initiative, local tax thresholds, which are being engaged through a ballot initiative, and any other number of things. That will ramp up really in June, so the deadline for the legislature to put ballot measures on the ballot is late June. So if any deals come together with ballot proponents, they typically want to see legislation approved before they will start making modifications to their proposals. So again, we'll just kind of have that additional election overlay with the legislative activity. And then kind of overarching on everything is the potential changes in the economy, the broader state economy, the potential for slowdown, impacts to things like the AI industry, the revenues that's coming through there, impacts from federal tariffs, tourism, all of these things are really just kind of having an impact not only on the state budget and the revenues coming in, but policy and what measures we can approve, what the state has money for, what new programs they could do. So those are some of the larger themes. As we look at, I'm going to touch briefly on some of the specific areas impacting local governments that are being discussed. I will let you know I am not going to touch on all 1,900 bills, just a few. But a couple of large items that we're seeing, a lot of bills this year related to e-bikes. That tends to be, we're seeing that as a growing issue statewide in any number of communities. Really this year, I think the legislature has, I've labeled 6 here. I think there's about 8 e-bike bills in total that are really trying to put what I would consider more on-the-ground rules, speed limits, engine size, capacity, appropriate helmets and headwear, potential state registration of these bikes, really tried to in response to some of the incidences we're seeing on the ground, not only between e-bike riders, but their interactions with vehicles, pedestrians, other bicyclists. I do think, for example, AB 2346 contains numerous recommendations that were done by the Mineta Institute. So now that we're starting to see some of these outside academic organizations really kind of align with what we're seeing on the ground and the incidences, the legislature's getting involved. So I do anticipate we'll see a number of these bills advance this year. Additionally, we'll continue to see bills related to housing and land use. Obviously, the last number of years, we've seen a lot of bills in these areas. I would say that of the bills introduced thus far this year, we're not seeing quite the number of bills that are aimed at overriding local land use and zoning. We're seeing more modifications of previous bills, some minor amendments. We are seeing a lot of bills continued in response to some of the issues that are popping up in Palisades and Pasadena as those communities are rebuilding, and some of the unique issues that are going on there related to zoning, but also insurance and building and just facilitating additional construction. Additionally, as we talk about homelessness, AB 1708, that's a key bill that's moving through the legislature this year. It's aimed at providing cities with populations less than 300,000 a direct means to an allocation to address homelessness funding. In the state for the last number of years, the primary program, HHAP, has really been geared for counties and large cities with smaller cities having to work through their local continuum of care. This bill would provide a direct pipeline for smaller cities under 300,000 to have a direct allocation of that funding as well, in acknowledgement that obviously homelessness is an issue throughout all communities of all sizes. Did mention Pasadena and Pacific Palisades. There continue to be a number of bills in response to wildfire, both on the response side as well as the preparedness side. We are seeing bills like 2517, which are in response to the state fire mapping process. 2517 would increase the local engagement through that process, requiring the state fire marshal to work with local governments, provide opportunities for local feedback, input, while maps are being identified, evaluated. Would also require that those maps be revisited every 5 years, so really putting in more of a strict time frame in place. We're also seeing legislation that is aimed at improving home hardening, so providing homeowners with those proactive steps that they can take, but then also following that up with legislation that if homeowners do take those steps to harden their homes, to ensure that that's reflected in their insurance rates, their ability to access insurance, and potentially provide some funding for community-wide hardening efforts. And then kind of the last area I thought I'd touch upon is revenue and taxation. One of the key bills that we've been working on with the city manager and city staff has been SB 922, which relates to the ability to use maintenance fees, franchise agreements for local roads. That is an issue that we've been working with Senator Laird on for the better part of a year. The legislation this year is being sponsored by Cal Cities. They have been actively engaging cities up and down the state on this bill, which is great to see. Obviously, that's an issue of statewide importance, ensuring that we have adequate resources to maintain our local streets and roads. That bill has moved out of policy committee, is currently on the Senate floor, is moving through unopposed. So that is one that I know that Cal Cities has been active about, and I think the mayor, for those of you that may be up later in this month, I believe that Cal Cities is going to make that a priority on their advocacy days at the end of the month as well. We also have additional revenue and taxation bills related to tax sharing agreements. There's legislation related to the phase out of the penny, so any number of things that are going to impact municipal finance. As we move over to the state budget side of things, I'm going to first preface by saying that everything you're going to see on the screen is based on the governor's January budget, which was introduced in the first week of January. Pretty much everything has changed, and everything will change going into the May revise, but this is kind of where we stand. The governor proposed a budget that's just under $350 billion in total funding. About $248 billion of that is state general fund. That budget has a proposed deficit of approximately $2.9 billion. The governor proposes to delay a $2.8 billion payment to the state's rainy day fund. So effectively, the budget he introduced is flat with no operating deficit. The $42.3 billion in revenue, that's based on what the legislature's approved budget last year thought was going to come in. So revenues through the end of calendar year 25 into 26 continue to be robust. Actually, the Department of Finance came out this morning and said through the first 3 months of the calendar year, state revenues are up about $7 billion over projection. So money still keeps coming in. The state does, through the January budget, does contain a $14.4 billion rainy day fund for use in future budget years. And then the governor's proposed budget has no new taxes or significant revenue adjustments in it. As we move into the May revise, the big story is going to be these fluctuating revenue projections. In November, the Legislative Analyst's Office was projecting an $18 billion deficit. Now you're hearing folks in Sacramento talking about as much as a $5 to $10 billion budget surplus. It really just reflects the kind of the unknown variables on revenue. We will have a much better idea, obviously, after April 15th, which is what the May revise will be based on. So the level of revenue available will really drive what proposals are contained within the May revise. We are seeing a lot of pressure from shifting funding and shifting requirements from the feds, from the federal government onto the state government and then on the local governments, particularly in the areas of health and human services. Some of the cuts and changes that were made within H.R. 1, approved by the federal government earlier in the year, have significant changes to the SNAP program, CalFresh program, impacts to Medi-Cal. So the state budget's just kind of having to readjust and reprioritize some of their spending to account for that. And then I think that maybe I'll just kind of skip to the end, that we are seeing continued rollout of previously approved bond dollars, Prop 4, park dollars, cap and trade dollars. So there continues to be a significant amount of funding in future programs that should be eligible for funding. Moving over to the federal side of the House, obviously there's been a lot of gridlock in DC. Not a lot has been moving through on standalone legislation. One area that we have seen movement and we are continuing to see progress is on federal appropriations. I have here on two sides kind of the wrap up of FY26 that occurred kind of over three chunks between November and February of this year, and then the beginning of FY27, which we're in the process of right now. The appropriations process does provide and has provided an opportunity for the city to directly access funding through congressionally directed spending, otherwise known as budget earmarks. The city has a strong track record of working with Congressman Panetta as well as Senator Padilla, working with Senator Schiff now to help secure funding for city priorities. As part of the FY26 appropriations bills, there were two direct allocations provided that will benefit the city, $850,000 for the Pine Street Affordable Housing Development. There was also $1 million provided to Cal Poly Partners for the spaceport training and research facility. Those are done. City will, and the Cal Poly Partners will begin working with the implementing agencies to secure those dollars and get those deployed. We're also now quickly beginning, we shifted from FY26 to FY27. The president released his proposed budget earlier this week. Congress is moving forward. Congressman Panetta, as well as the senators, have continued to solicit new projects for potential funding as part of the federal appropriations process. The city submitted 3 projects for consideration to the congressman and the 2 senators, one for the city library, one for middle mile broadband out to the spaceport, and then a 3rd project for some public safety camera upgrades throughout the downtown core. Happy to say, and no coincidence from earlier presentations, that Congressman Panetta has advanced the library redesign project. That has been advanced over to the House Appropriations Committee for evaluation and potential inclusion in their markup. That markup we would anticipate later this spring. Final appropriations bills likely won't occur until after the elections, but really that markup is kind of the key point in time. The senators have not yet made decisions on what projects they're going to push forward, so there is still potential for having the other projects included for direct funding, but very positive support from the congressman. Also been fantastic working with city manager, his staff, city staff on the submission of these projects. Definitely couldn't have been done without their help. And then the last item I'll just briefly touch on, as Chris noted, my colleague Alex Gibbs, our grants director, also works with the city to provide support for grant funds for federal and state competitive grant funding. This is just a snapshot of some of the projects that have been funded over the past, I want to say 18 months or so. I think it's a little over 1.1 million, and then as well as a couple of pending grants that have been submitted that we're just waiting on announcements. So about another 4.6 million pending there. Our grants unit works closely with city manager's office, city departments to help identify upcoming grant opportunities, try to align those with upcoming city needs, and then develop options for applying for those grants as it makes sense. And with that, I am happy to answer questions on any of those items or anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Starting on my left, any questions? Okay, on this side? Okay. Casey, I had a question,
Yeah,
though.
oh, I'm sorry, I thought my light was.
Oh, sure, go ahead. Fred?
Rather than get down into the weeds, I would like to know, are the positions we're taking generally the same as Cal Cities and NLC?
I would say generally, yes. There have been some areas where the city's been a little bit more aggressive. So for example, on the 922, that is something that the city had raised to Cal Cities and really tried to put on their radar. There are no positions that we've taken counter to Cal Cities. So I don't mean to say that in a way that the city has taken, positions in contrast with them. However, there are some areas that we've been trying to focus and raise their profile.
But you're monitoring them and staying informed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Fred. Casey, on the SB 922 for Laird, the maintenance of the cities that can charge for maintenance on the streets, I think I heard you said that there was no opposition on the floor, or how is that sitting right now?
Yeah, so there was no opposition in committee, and I probably should have been clarified on that. There were no votes in committee. How about that? There has been some concerns raised by the building industry, CBIA, over concerns that they feel the language may facilitate the ability for cities to create road taxes. We've been working with Senator Laird's office and his staff, and we just kind of have different interpretations of the language. So there are conversations going on to see if some kind of amendments can be reached that would address their concerns, but still facilitate what we're trying to do with the bill. So Senator Laird and his staff have been having conversations with CBIA. They are the only registered opposition. I believe they have an oppose unless amended position.
And I imagine the League of Cities kind of chimed in on that too, big time.
Yeah, Cal Cities is sponsoring the bill this year, so they are the official sponsors of the bill. I know that they've sent out blasts to their membership several times. I know we've engaged with cities kind of all over the state and really been trying to raise the profile of this. Obviously, the potential financial impact to cities from if this bill isn't done is significant. So just trying to really kind of raise that profile.
My other question too, I think a good shout out to Congressman Panetta. I mean, he's really working for Paso Robles big time. And again, I appreciate your efforts in Townsend and working with Diane Zanotti. I'm sure our local rep, getting these funds coming both for, the library, which is it pretty much, I was going to ask Chris for a side note on this. What's our budget to redo that library, and how much of this 1.5 would it accomplish?
So if I recall the numbers correctly, I think we estimated that the city would have about a $1.5 million budget gap, or to make up. The Library Foundation was planning on chipping in, I think, about $1 million. I'm looking at Angelica. And then we have some development impact fees as well that would pay for it. So the general fund gap, I guess that we would say, is about $1.5 million. It's probably important to point out that we have a strong track record the last several years of obtaining funding through this program that Mr. Elliott talked about. However, typically what we've seen over the last few years is that we will ask for a certain amount and it'll come back slightly less.
Yeah.
So I would anticipate that's, if it gets through the process here, that'll likely be what happens. However, that's better than zero, and we're much closer to our goal of seeing that project come to fruition should this money become available to the city.
And the other thing I was going to ask a little bit about, Casey, was the federal $1 million grant to Cal Poly for the spaceport training. We met with actually Dr. Armstrong down there at the REACH conference, and he was a little concerned about how it's a matching grant, so they have to come up with $1 million as well. So I know that we were kind of throwing out the fact that Paso Robles has already done a lot of revenue putting toward our spaceport licensing effort that I think would qualify, and I'm not sure if staff can fill in on that, if that's kind of an avenue that we're trying to seek or make sure that that can help.
Yeah, we're in continued conversation with Cal Poly to make sure that we are at the table as they look to utilize that funding to establish the Paso Robles Space Research Center. So we have an active request now out to meet with them to go over those details. I am not as familiar with the NASA appropriations that come through the CPF program. But that's the purpose of the meeting, is to sit down and talk about specifically what they need to activate those dollars here in the city, and that meeting request has been sent. We're just waiting to hear back from them.
And we did have a sit-down meeting this afternoon out at the airport with NASA. They came down, and it's very interesting what they're telling us, so it's a good partnership there also. That's all I had. Councilman Bausch.
Casey, circling back to Senator Laird's proposed legislation. The nuts and bolts, from what I understand, are good, but I'm also concerned, does it reduce the threat of litigation that's been plaguing cities all over?
Yeah, effectively, the bill is trying to reset the structure to how it's traditionally operated under the Prop 218. So yeah, the idea would be that this would prevent cities from being subject to these lawsuits by clarifying that vehicle code section that's been referenced within the Redlands and other cases has been, it was not intended for the way it's being applied.
Anyone from the public would like to have anything to say about Casey's report? Welcome.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I have one question and two questions. On the cannabis federal money you're getting, what is that for? Is that for the police department and or the city to create a program? And in the federal request, I am still pursuing Mercy Air or a replacement for such. I did get a call from Washington a few months back that Panetta is committed to having some alternative to Mercy Air. I just wanted to add, not to be gratuitous, but AB 2166 needs to be really watched carefully. It's by Buffy Wicks. She's proclaimed herself a self-expert in modular housing. You're going to have lots of headaches after this legislative session. She is determined to make the new trend modular. So she's gone on air saying all this. And then AB 1817 is Don Addis's bill. I have agreed to testify for that bill. It strengthens the protections for evictions in mobile home parks. Management has to prove that the owner or the resident didn't comply. I always have all the latest housing bills. If you guys are interested, I get them every Monday. But those are the two to watch out for, because I think as the legislature continues on this fast-tracking housing, the smaller, the more portable they become. And that was one of the big issues in Oakland when Shang Tao met with all the modular buildings. I forgot with the Duongs, I forgot the name of their company, in I think it was Vietnam. So I don't know what that's going to do to a community like ours, because this is a community that likes a lot of single-family homes. But the war continues on single-family homes. I don't think the state's going to make it that easy to keep building them. Oops, I was going to take someone's clipper.
Good evening, Dale Guston. You know, July 4th was a big success last year. I don't know how much was covered by non-city funds, but it was a big success, and I'm hoping that this year we can get a lot of sponsors and public support to make it a success again this year.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Casey, do you have any comments about the questions that they were raising?
Yes, to note, there is definitely a push this year with the legislature on prefab housing, both modular, 3D printed housing, so aimed at really expediting the process, facilitating more construction. So as was noted, Assemblymember Wicks has a package of bills. I want to say there's 6 bills in total. So that is definitely an area of focus on the housing side. As far as the cannabis grant, I don't have the specifics on the request.
I believe it's related to funding that was made available through Prop 64. And so I think it's similar to funding that the city goes after to help supplement the police department budget for like DUI enforcement. but this happens to be for cannabis-related enforcement. So it's money that's available for the city to support operations in the police department side of things in really 4 areas, which is like public safety and enforcement, youth prevention and intervention, public health and environmental impacts, but I think we're really focused on the public safety enforcement side of things. It has less to do with some of the upcoming discussion we'll have on cannabis regulations in the city and more to do on the enforcement side and providing resources to the police department for that type of work.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you very much, Casey. Appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Moving on, we'll move to general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the city council on items within its purview, but not on the scheduled agenda tonight. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to our city clerk upon coming to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to do so at the time that item is being considered.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I actually don't have much tonight. I've been working on the legislative session this year for myself, but I just have 2 concerns. I don't know if any of you are familiar, but if you drive 101 North past Highway 25 Hollister, you'll find that the locals of Hollister will, in order to get on 25, they will start waiting in the shoulder of the freeway. And it extends out for 2 to 3 miles. So what happens is that somebody who doesn't know the locals have been waiting for 20 to 30 minutes to get on 25, someone like me drives up to the front, and there gets some pretty significant problems. The other day I was driving 101 and 47. It's happening. And what happened in Hollister is the CHP refuses to take jurisdiction. They won't go and tell the people on the freeway that they can't not wait on the shoulder. It's a big problem between the citizens, the locals, and CHP and the police department. I foresee that happening on 47. People are already waiting on the shoulder to turn right, going northbound. And what that does is it backs it up. The problem I see is that's where the homeless like to walk into the riverbed. So I see pedestrians, people waiting on the shoulder, turn right on 47. And if we can't get a handle on that, that's going to be a big nightmare down the road, especially during the fair. I can only suggest maybe contacting Caltrans and asking if they could put those pylons on the shoulder, especially when you get right onto 47 to make that right from 101.
You mean 46, right?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong city tonight. Thank you very much. I had it 47. But yeah, that's a big concern, okay? And then the other thing, I don't know who handles this, but when you come down 101 south, onto Spring Street, all the trees are covering that 25-mile-per-hour sign. So I told Chief Nord the other day their cops had to eat the windshield because they didn't make a full stop. And I came down late night, and when they saw me coming, they had to stop very abruptly. So I don't know who talks to Caltrans to get these things fixed, but I would really wish to see those 2 things be fixed before we turn into Hollister, because they will literally wait 3 to 4 miles down the freeway for their turn to get on 25. Thank you.
Dale, welcome.
Dale Guston. We were turning right off of 46 East onto Golden Hill, and a truck passed us. I swear it was doing 70 miles an hour. We've got to get some enforcement on that, our section of 46 East, because those trucks are just flying way too fast.
I think the speed limit is about 55 right through that area. So, yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Christine Dawson. I serve as the CEO of the Community Foundation San Luis Obispo County. And we are a county-wide organization serving all communities across San Luis Obispo. Our work spans in many areas, including the arts, education, the environment, and more. We are not focused on just one issue. We take a broad view on what it means for a community to thrive. At the same time, we're increasingly concerned about the stability of our safety net, particularly in the light of the reductions in federal, state, and local funding. In response, we launched Together for SLO County, a public-private partnership with the county and community partners. Together, we raised more than $2.4 million, including $1.2 million investment from the county. Effectively, we doubled their investment. These funds are supporting essential services across our region, including housing, access to health care, food security, mental health, and other critical needs. These are services that keep our communities safe, stable, and our workforce able to participate in the county. I'm here this evening to speak about childcare and housing as a workforce development issue. Across our county, employers are working hard to attract and retain talent, while many families are struggling to find housing they can afford and childcare that they can access and rely upon. These are not separate challenges. Together, they determine where people live here and work here. Childcare is not just a family issue, it is a workforce development and economic issue. When families can access affordable, reliable care, when they cannot fully participate in the workforce. Businesses lose talent, and our local economy feels the impact. Housing is often the hardest nut to crack, especially when it comes to affordability, but childcare is right beside it. Our recent studies showed that families spend 22% of their income on housing and as much as 23% of their income on childcare, where nearly half the household budget is going to just these two essentials. It's just not sustainable. And when this happens, people make difficult choices. They step back from the workforce, or they leave the region altogether. Either way, our local economy feels the impact. And this is an opportunity to think more holistically. As communities design their housing elements, childcare needs to be a part of that planning from the very start. We should be asking where families will access childcare and how it's integrated into the community. So I just want to welcome the opportunity to partner with the city, to partner with businesses and the community, and bringing together people and aligning resources to leverage as much as we can to make a difference. Thank you so much for your leadership and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming tonight. Anyone else in the public? Do we have anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll move on then, close general public comments, and move on to agenda items to be deferred. Mr. Hua, do we have any of that?
Yes, Mayor, we have one item for deferral this evening. It's your second discussion item, which is oak tree removal permit 26-05 in the Olson South Chandler specific area, plan area. Staff received additional information this week that warrants further review. And so our intent is to bring this back to you as soon as possible, as soon as the April 21st meeting, once we have a chance to review that information. And with that, no other items are proposed for deferral.
Deferred. Okay, we'll move on then to overview of the items on consent calendar. We have items 1 through 6 tonight. Mr. Hua.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item 1 on your consent calendar is the approval of the March 17th, 2026 City Council meeting minutes. Item number 2 is the receipt of the advisory body minutes, first for the Youth Commission meeting on February 4th, second, the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee meeting on February 9th, and then finally, the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting, also on February 9th. Typically, you'd hear me provide you with information on the receipt of a warrant register right now. We will be providing you with the warrant register at your next meeting. It was not available in time to get on this agenda. Item number 3 is the approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with WSC. This is to perform an update to the city's wastewater collection system renewal strategy and master plan. Item 4 is the approval of a resolution. This is to authorize a contract with 8PG Neuros. This is related to modifications, new equipment, that's required for the wastewater treatment plant and additional funding that's necessary to complete this work. This will likely result in some pretty significant savings to the operations with the implementation of this work. Item number 5 is the second reading. This is related to the first reading that you all made at your last meeting approving the Allegretto Resort expansion, the rezone, specific plan amendment, and amendments to the zoning map for the property located at 2700 Buena Vista Drive. And then finally, item number 6 this evening is the approval of a resolution to authorize the removal of a valley oak tree located at 2400 Golden Hill Road. And with that, that concludes the the consent calendar summary. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Chris. Items on consent calendar are considered routine and do not normally require separate discussion. However, if any member of the council or the public has specific questions or wants clarification on the item, we can get those answered now before the vote is taken. Secondly, any member of the council or the public that wants a full discussion of a particular item, that will cause that item to be pulled from the consent calendar and considered separately at the end of the discussion item portion of tonight's agenda. I will now ask the council if they have any questions to Mr. Huat about the consent. Anybody on my right? Councilor Beal? And anyone in the council or in the public? Looks like Dale, you have a question?
Tree issue I'd like to pull. You know, we get an awful lot of those coming through on the consent. I don't think they should be on the consent.
Okay, so that's the last item, I believe, isn't it? 6?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, we can pull that one and move that to the end. All right, we'll go ahead and then bring it back to council for direction and or action on this.
Mayor Hammond, I move we approve items 1 through 5, and we'll be pulling item 6 for further discussion.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion on 1 through 5? Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal? Aye. Councilmember Bouch?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. We'll move on then to public hearings. We have one tonight. Number 2's been deferred. I believe you said we're going to move that on to April 24th?
Just to clarify, that's discussion item number 2. Both public hearing items will be heard this evening.
Okay, I'm sorry. So move on to public hearings. We'll open that. And first up, we have introduction of first reading by title only, amendment to chapter 21.52 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code, updating standards related to temporary prohibited and non-conforming signs. Darcy or Warren?
So Warren will be making the presentation tonight.
You look like Darcy, okay.
Darcy's on spring break.
All right.
So this item, this is kind of a minor cleanup to a portion of the zoning code referred to as the sign ordinance. This has been reviewed by your planning commission. This is basically a kind of a routine cleanup. We want to make sure that the sign ordinance is in compliance with the latest in terms of legal cases, best practices, and make sure, you know, it's consistent with all the constitutional First Amendment protections. We're basically just making some minor changes to the temporary signs, some of the definitions on prohibited and non-conforming signs, but this is really a fairly minor cleanup item. So as I mentioned, this has been reviewed by the Planning Commission. They're recommending approval. One of the things we're doing is we're expanding the definitions for flashing, moving signs, you know, on vehicles and trailers. Also updating some of the definitions for obsolete signs, obstructions, and how we deal with signs in the public right of way. So one thing to keep in mind is we regulate signs in 2 ways as required by the Supreme Court. One is temporary commercial signage, which is commercial speech, And then non-commercial signs, which is protected speech as well. The non-commercial signs include election signs. So that's one of the things we're trying to do is update our election signs for the upcoming election. So that was kind of a key driver in this process. This is basically exempt from the CEQA process, so we don't need any additional CEQA review on this process. So there's three options tonight for you. One is take no action since this is an ordinance. Second option is to introduce this for first reading by title only. Option 3, you could refer it back to staff for additional work. Planning Commission is recommending option 2, which is introduce this item for first reading by title only. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Warren. Again, on my right, Councilman Bausch.
Warren, I thought this looked good, but I received a call asking about the feather signs that are used by realtors, for example. They're temporary signs that are placed like on a street corner to typically advertise an open house. What's your thoughts on that?
So any signs in the right-of-way aren't allowed.
Right.
By definition, and any off-site signs are also by definition not allowed. So those types of signs are inconsistent with this sign ordinance.
So what about like sandwich boards for realtors? How would that be categorized?
So if they're on the property being advertised for sale, that would be okay. But if they're off-site or in the right-of-way, not okay.
Okay. That they could be on other private property, like if there's a house on the corner and someone obtained permission to put a for sale sign, that property's not the subject property, but they obtained permission from that homeowner to place a sign there.
So technically, probably not allowed. Low priority for enforcement. I think we're mainly concerned with them being in the right-of-way.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Councilman Strong, do you have anything? Okay, Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, Warren, what about banners? Banners?
So we do have provisions to allow banners for a temporary period of time on site.
And what about all the signs on the sidewalks?
So we do have provisions that allow A-frame signs in front of businesses, so that can be permitted, but they have to be directly in front of the business that it's being advertised for.
So the way it'll be written is that it has to be in front of the business itself.
Yeah, and it's actually, I believe that section's in our street and highway code. It's kind of a little bit of an outlier.
Okay. Because we see a lot of corner signs.
Yeah, those, if they're off-site, not in front of the business, those aren't allowed. They have to be right in front of the business.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Reveal, you're good? Okay. We'll go ahead and open up then to public. Dale, looks like you're here first.
The problem with those sandwich board signs is, I understand the ordinance is that they're supposed to be taken in when they're not open for business. And there's a lot of them being left out 24/7. And there's so many of them, they should be taken in when they're closed.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I had the same question, Councilor Bausch, about feather signs. When I read all the ordinance changes, my first thought was, what do you have against feather signs? And then my second thought, as I drive to Swish and Swirl now, the high school has them right up front. Now what are you going to do? So you already have an inconsistent, unenforceable ordinance, is kind of my point. I'm not sure what is wrong with feather signs, and I'm actually interested because I had no idea when I read the agenda or the Planning Commission the first time, is this was motivated by election signs. Was that delineated? Because I didn't see that in the write-up. Thank you.
Anyone else? Margaret, welcome.
Good evening, Council. I'm Margaret Holstein, 1225 Spanish Camp Road. So I'm calling to get a little more clarifications on the sandwich signs downtown, because we have a lot of sandwich signs. for businesses downtown. So I just want a little more clarification of the interpretation of legal and non-legal.
We'll get that answered for you, Margaret.
Okay.
Any others?
The flag signs, I mean, I've just been to Walnut Creek and other places, a lot of cities still have those. I mean, businesses are struggling as long as they're not intruding in the right of way, but businesses downtown are struggling. That's why I encourage the sandwich signs. I think those are great. I'm a proponent for it, and also the flag signs. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Jeffrey, welcome.
Good evening, Council. Jeffrey Wiesinger, 836 Norman's Alley. On behalf of the Paso Robles Main Street Association, I would also just try to get a little bit more clarification on the signs. I've spent the last hour or so trying to study the ordinance, chapter 21.52. It's several pages long. We talk about feather signs. There's talk about vehicle-mounted signs. There's obviously, as has been brought up, A-frames. A-frame signs are an extremely important part of the downtown, and we're all trying to figure out a way to manage that situation to the best of our ability. As the Main Street Association, we're wanting to maintain our historical look and make sure that there's a good, consistent look throughout the town. But as a business owner and advocating for local businesses, sandwich signs are an extremely important part of the economic vitality of our community. So if there's a specific reason, like it was brought up, election signs, but there's not a whole lot of clarification as to what we're doing. I'll give you, for instance, Main Street just recently purchased a feather sign, and it's our intention to have that feather sign out for business mixers. So as I look at the current reading of the ordinance, it would fall under the classification of a temporary sign. We would have that sign up for the 2 hours that we're going to have the mixer, and then we would pull it down. There are some other businesses in town that keep their feather signs up on a regular basis. Sandwich boards are another example of, like was previously said, we would like to see those businesses bring those signs into their business and not leave them out. And Main Street Association is working on communicating that with our businesses so it doesn't have to get something you guys have to deal with. But ultimately, it sounded at first like it was going to be a relatively easy process to go through, but there's a little bit more clarification that I think a lot of us are looking to get. And so if we can get some of that clarification, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Do we have anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back. Warren, I mean, it sounds like we were hearing a little more need for clarification on exactly what you were proposing. I know there's nothing specific, but I heard a lot about the sandwich boards and temporary signs like that. Mostly, I think what we could talk about is the sidewalk kind of signs that really do have, especially when we have a lot of people downtown and those signs are taking up a good part of the sidewalk. Does this address that directly, and how can the merchants work within that new rule?
So there's no changes to the sandwich sign rules. And like I said, most of that's in our street and highway code, just regulating the use of sidewalks. So they can't block an accessible way, and they have to be in front of the business. Those are the primary rules on the sandwich signs. So we have a process to work on that. We're not making any significant changes on that. In terms of the temporary signs, the banners and feather flags are temporary signs. The main change there is just to update the maximum size. It was based on linear foot of building, which was always really hard to calculate. So now it's just 32 feet. So you can have a temporary sign on your commercial property for 30 days if it's 32 square feet. So that could be one feather flag, or it could be one banner, but it's 30 days max. So the real issue with the feather flags is they end up in the right of way. That's not allowed, or they're up for more than 30 days, or there's more than one. Those would be the violations. So I think the question that Main Street had, can they, have one temporary sign up for a short period of time? Yes, they can.
Yeah, 32 square feet is quite a lot, actually. It's 2 by 16, and that's not a lot of the merchants are wider than that sometimes, but, okay. Any other questions then? Councilman Strong?
Yes, it brought up some interesting points. I'm wondering, for instance, we have a lot of yard sales, and that would be a temporary sign, but people are putting them up all over the place. Same thing for directional signs as to an open house, for whatever reason, whether it's to sell personal property because people are moving, or whether it's to sell the house itself, et cetera. So I'm wondering about those kind of temporary signs.
So those are permitted as long as they're on the property that's either for sale or where the garage sale is. Most of the issue with those is they're off-site and in the right-of-way, which are both not allowed under the code.
But that's exactly where people, where our citizens put them, because they want them to find the house.
Understood.
They may be on a cul-de-sac at the end up its street. Nobody's coming by there unless they live there.
Yeah, and I think it's a very low priority for enforcement, but technically not allowed under the code.
Well, okay. Councilman Bausch?
So, Warren, is there a reason why this has come up now? I mean, have there been accidents or public safety issues that have created this need for, you know, a temporary, like Fred said, an open house sign? What's the nexus there?
So a couple of things, Councilmember Bausch. We didn't make a lot of changes to those sections. Those are actually kind of staying the same from what I recall. And if you look at the red line, you'll see there's no real changes to that portion related to those temporary signs. As Warren indicated, there's been some changes since the sign code was last updated affecting election signage. So most of these changes were designed to get us current with election law. But if you want, we could still, Warren can address your questions about the signage. I just wanted to make sure everyone's clear that's not actually changing from what it's been in this ordinance.
I appreciate that clarification, and
There was some-
we could eliminate all election signs, and I'd be happy with that.
I'd be okay with that.
But I am concerned about how it's going to be used as a temporary sign. This is impacting a lot of people's livelihoods. It's a time-honored, long-standing tradition to use those sandwich boards. They are helpful. We don't want people playing on their phones while they're driving, so they help eliminate some of that. So if nothing's going to change, then it doesn't sound like it's safe to go back to those communities and say, hey, don't worry about it. I think they need to worry about it. As you said, Warren, it's just more of an enforcement issue. Is it a high priority enforcement, a low priority enforcement? The signs are expensive. If they get confiscated by enforcement, how are they collected back?
So as Warren mentioned, this type of enforcement is typically complaint-driven, as a lot of code enforcement is. And we do our best as staff to work with someone has a sign in the middle of a sidewalk or blocking a curb ramp that leads to a pedestrian path. We will contact them, we will ask them to relocate or remove their sign. We rarely are going out and confiscating signs. There are some limited exceptions where there's an immediate kind of health and safety issue, or if our staff happen to be going out and maintaining a median and there happens to be a sign sticking out in the median where it shouldn't be, we will be removing those. But we typically are calling those individuals, those businesses, come get your sign back. We are not throwing them in the garbage can.
Just for my reference, Elizabeth, when was the last time, or do you know, when was the last time we actually updated this sign ordinance? Warren, Elizabeth, do you have an idea? It's been a long time, I believe. Yeah.
A big update's been a while. We've been periodically doing these kind of minor updates, I think on and off, kind of on 4-year cycles.
Okay, all right, very good. Any other questions over here? Steve? Okay. All right, we'll move on to, we'll close the public hearing and make a motion then to Vice Pro Tem Street Green.
I move that we introduce the first reading by title only, ordinance XXXX, amending chapter 21.52 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code and clarification for it. So this is the first reading. So
Yes.
the second reading coming back, if anybody has further comments, they can make them.
You can make comments at first and second reading, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to, not to challenge the motion, but, not to challenge the motion, but are we going to incorporate any of the concerns that Margaret or Jeffrey had? Bringing it back for the second reading?
Well, there's another opportunity to talk, when we're going to be bringing this back, next meeting probably, or, yeah.
Second reading will be next meeting.
Right, at that point, we can also have more hearings and also amend the ordinance at that point if we needed to, correct?
So if you make changes between first and second reading, you'll need to do a new first reading. So if we're at second reading and you want to make changes at that time, we would have to do a new first reading. So we'd have to renotice it and start the hearing process over.
Chris?
And I can maybe offer an alternate opportunity too, is we can, should this move forward, provide some outreach and engagement with Main Street, the Chamber, and others, just to clarify what the rules are, what the changes that are happening. Again, this is a cleanup item, and we're constantly reviewing our Muni code, and it's to clean up, and this is one of those that needed to be cleaned up. So we're happy to engage.
So I'll withdraw my motion and ask that we continue this to another hearing with more detail and information.
I just want to clarify something that Warren said. So the conditions around like A-frames and being on site and not blocking a sidewalk or anything like that, that hasn't changed in this. That has always been the case, right? So in terms of the concerns that we've heard from tonight, there has not been a material change in the verbiage that we have regarding those sites.
Correct.
And that's what I would offer, that, should the council choose to move forward with the first reading this evening, in parallel to that, we would continue to engage with the groups to clarify what is already on the books, what minor changes are being made, again, should the council decide to move forward with it this evening. We would do that in parallel. And we will still do that either way, but I was going to offer that we do that in parallel.
Question?
Sure, Fred, go ahead.
Yes, can we have the first reading and still continue the hearing?
No, you would either continue the item to a future date, or you would approve the...
So there's no way to take additional testimony then?
I'm withdrawing that motion.
Well, I understand. I'm asking for a clarification. If there's any way to allow discussion at the second reading?
There is.
You can have discussion. If you make changes to the language of the ordinance, then you would have to do a new first reading.
Okay, thank you.
It starts it all over again if we do change it. So I think Pro Tem Gregory's asking that at this point just to continue it to a date certain, to allow time for staff to reach out to downtown folks or whoever would like to have more questions. This is not time sensitive, Warren, is it? I mean, like.
Actually, it is. I guess Elizabeth can talk about the upcoming election and the timing.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were hoping to get the current ordinance on the books sooner rather than later, as we're heading into election season, and we want everybody to know what the ground rules are for their signs. It's really bad when you change sign rules in the middle of an election cycle. It's very confusing for people and causes a lot of, consternation.
Yeah.
So the goal was to get this first and second reading done so that this would be effective and everybody would know the ground rules. If you want to go ahead and do that, there's nothing that would stop us from coming back, continuing to educate with the public, and making another change to the parts that wouldn't affect that later
So
in
let's
the year.
go back to Pro Tem Gregory. So
To bring it back at the next meeting, and in the meantime, reach out to the public for more information and give Jeffrey a couple more hours of reading on the code. I think that'd be the best way to go.
So is the motion to
To bring it back in one
continue
meeting?
this to the May 5th?
Yeah, continue date certain next meeting.
April 21st.
April 21st, sorry. April 21.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch, to move this item forward to a date certain for the first reading, April 21st. Okay? Go ahead and call for the question then.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. We'll open the public hearing for item number 2, appeal of the Planning Commission's decision on approval and amendment to the conditional use permit 00-020 and planning development 00-023 for the Ravine Water Park at 2301 Airport Road. Warren Fraser, you have that item for us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, this is a little unusual item. This is an appeal of your Planning Commission decision. So we'll be walking you through that process. So the first thing, just in terms of how this hearing is going to go, we'll start with our typical staff presentation. Then the second will be the opportunity for the appellant to make their presentation. And then third will be the original applicant for the project. They'll be given an opportunity to make their presentation. And then at that point, we can go to public comment and then to council deliberations. So we basically have 2 presentations versus 1, like a typical item.
Yep.
Okay, so let's start out with location. So this project is located at 2301 Airport Road. So that's the Ravine Water Park that's right there on 46 East and Airport Road. Zone C2 with a planned development overlay. That's a highway commercial zone. It's also within the airport land use plan areas under safety zones 3 and 5. So zooming in, you can see the Ravine Water Park. This kind of blue area, that is kind of the sand channel for Wero Creek, kind of a seasonal creek. The project is located just here within the star. We'll talk about exactly what the proposed project is. The rest of the site is considered existing conditions. So the original Ravine Water Park project was approved back in 2004. It was a combination conditional use permit, or CUP, with a planned development overlay on top of it. This exhibit here is the approved site plan from 2004. And this was what was permitted and built 2005, 2006. Earlier this year, in January, the applicant applied for an amendment to the CUP plan development to amend this site plan to allow a no-splash swimming pool and hot tub to be built within the existing water park area. That item was heard by the Planning Commission on February 10th. The Planning Commission did approve that. On February 24th, we did receive an appeal to that decision, which then automatically kicks this item back to City Council for a final decision. So your decision tonight will either be to deny the appeal, and then you actually reapprove the project by adopting basically the same resolutions that the Planning Commission did, or the alternate would be to grant the appeal, and then you would have to deny the project with certain findings. So that's basically kind of the decision points and options before you tonight. Both resolutions are contained in your package, depending on which way you decide to go. So this is the proposed project. It is a almost 1,900 square foot no splash pool. And the applicant will explain what no splash means, but it's not intended for it to be a kid play area with a lot of activity. It's more just kind of a passive pool where you kind of just lounge in it. It's more intended for the parents of the kids that are at the water park rather than an active facility. It also includes a small hot tub, about 150 square feet, the surrounding concrete deck, and then some seating area. There's no changes to the hours of operation of the water park. Kids are allowed in here, but they just can't, splash around and have a lot of activity. So here's an overlay that shows where it is. So it's located here in this area. This is a current area that's kind of a grass lawn and tent area that's used for different programmed events and that sort of thing. This is the site plan for the pool. They do have building permits ready to issue, dependent on the outcome of this decision. So the appeal that we received raised, I believe, 8 different issues. One, and we'll go through each one of these in the presentation, was an incorrect/incomplete project description. Second one was that no off-site improvements like road improvements were required as part of this amendment. Third, that there was drainage conflicts with the original 2004 mitigated negative declaration, that the project lacked an updated traffic study, and the appellant believes that an EIR should be required for the project. Number 5 was that the addition or work that's currently being done on the kiddie pool and some of the existing slides like Quadzilla and Thunder Run are inconsistent. That the project, the pool project's inconsistent with airport flight zone number 3. That there are unpermitted buildings within 100 feet of Wero Creek. And that there is parking and parking access off of Paso Robles Boulevard that isn't currently permitted. So those were the 8 issues that were raised by the appellant, and the appellant will have the opportunity to go through those in detail. We did analyze all these issues in your staff report and did provide staff response to those appellant issues. So the first was the incorrect, incomplete project description. This stemmed from the Planning Commission staff report where different sizes of the parcel or the site area were referred to. So the correct description of the site is 16.16 net acres, which is the yellow area. That is the parcel that's owned by the Ravine Water Park. The reason we had different descriptions in the Planning Commission report is the developed area where the water park is approximately 9 acres. So a good portion of this parcel is Wero Creek. So you subtract out Wero Creek from the 16.6 acres, you get roughly 9 acres. So we do understand that could have been confusing in the Planning Commission. Your updated resolutions make it clear that the site is 16.16 net acres. We don't believe that materially affects the overall project or the Planning Commission decision. Okay, off-site traffic improvements not required. So as I mentioned, the proposed project is a no-splash pool. It is intended to basically accommodate, the parents that are already at the water park. So based on that, it was determined that this would not have a significant impact on additional vehicle trips since these were people that were already planning to come to the water park. So this was determined to be a de minimis impact, not significant. So based on that, staff did not require any additional traffic studies, and there is no requirement for any additional frontage improvements along the front of the property, and that was consistent with the original 2004 approval. So basically, we're just basically saying this, fits within the original 2004 approval. Now, commercial projects, including swimming pools and hot tubs, when they're commercial in nature, are subject to the city's transportation impact fee. So that is what we assess to projects that don't actually put in public improvements or transportation improvements. They pay a fee into a fund. Those funds will go to future projects, including upgrades to Airport Road in the future. The applicant, number 3, identified some drainage issues on the site that they believed were inconsistent with the original plan. These are pictures that the appellant provided. This is a drainage into Wero Creek that drains off of the water park site. And then these 2 pictures are a drainage coming off the parking lot that drain down the frontage on Airport Road. These are the original 2005 building permit plans. So these plans do show all these drainage facilities were permitted and approved in 2004. So these are existing facilities. No changes are proposed to either of these facilities. We did have reports that there was illicit drainage coming out of one of these pipes. The Public Works staff has investigated that, found that there was no violations of any state or city discharge requirements there. So we didn't find an issue there. There is a slight issue with this drainage basin that's located along Airport Road. That captures the drainage coming off about half of the parking lot. We did determine that that basin has been silted up and does require some maintenance to be brought back into consistency with the original plans. There is a recommendation that the council might want to consider adding a condition to have that restored back to what the original 2004 plans showed. Number 4 was the question about an updated traffic study and the need to prepare an EIR for the project. Basically, as we mentioned, the pool's in an existing area that historically has been programmed for different events. This is a no-splash pool. As we mentioned, we don't expect that to be a generator of a significant number of trips, and based on that, there was not a requirement for a new traffic study or a new environmental document, which could have been an EIR potentially. Number 5, this was a question about the kiddie pool and the Quadzilla and Thunder Run slides. The kiddie pool, which is this area in the center, was part of the 2004 approval. It was permitted in 2005. The pool included a number of play structures and facilities. Those are being replaced and updated currently. We've issued permits for that. That's under construction currently. We believe that's consistent with the 2004 approval. The Quadzilla Thunder Run slides were permitted in 2014. Staff at that time made the determination that that was consistent with the 2004 approvals. Number 6, airport land use area safety zone compatibility. So there's boundaries around the airport that create 6 different safety zones, and each one of those safety zones then has different requirements or restrictions on types of uses or overall population density. When this project was approved in 2004, there was an airport land use plan in effect. Staff at the time did not add any conditions of approval to the project, either the CUP or the development plan, that restricted overall population. The project was approved in 2004 and permitted for basically the existing conditions we see today. So the determination back in 2004 by staff was this project was consistent with the safety zones in place at that time. The project we're looking at today is the pool. It's a no-splash pool that doesn't generate new density or new traffic, and therefore wouldn't trigger a reanalysis of the airport land use plan consistency. So based on that, there is no requirement or any changes triggering a reanalysis of that issue. Number 7, that there's unpermitted buildings within 100 feet of Wero Creek River. There was some discussion in the mitigated negative declaration in 2004 that talked about things being not located within 100 feet of Wero Creek. It's not really specific in terms of that very short discussion, which is shown on the screen here, just this one note about where the 100 feet was measured from. There are, I believe, 5 small kind of accessory buildings that are located fairly close to the bank of the creek. Those were all permitted by the city in 2005 at the time, and these plans are stamped by city staff saying that the permits for construction are consistent with the Planning Commission approval from 2004. So at that point, the determination was made that these buildings were consistent with the requirements. There isn't actually a condition of approval that sets any boundaries. This was more just a discussion that was part of the negative declaration, but it was never actually codified into a standard. And like I said, in 2004, staff determined those buildings that have been permitted were consistent. Those are an existing condition. They aren't really an issue related to the pool today. Number 8 was the issue of parking and park access off of Paso Robles Boulevard. Parking and access off Paso Robles Boulevard was not part of the original 2004 approval. There was some temporary use permits that were granted that did allow some temporary use of parking off that. There were some improvements there. Staff and the applicant are both in agreement that that's no longer allowed. The applicant will show you some slides that they've taken out all those improvements. There's signs saying that there is no parking allowed there anymore. We do believe just adding a clarification condition that no parking or access off Paso Robles Boulevard is allowed would be useful. So we are recommending that just to clarify it for everyone. So the recommendation to Planning Commission was that this no splash pool would be consistent with the 2004 initial study mitigated negative declaration. So the Planning Commission did adopt findings to that degree. Based on the appeal, we've done some additional analysis. We're also recommending that in addition to that finding, the City Council also make findings that the pool project could also qualify for a Class 1 exemption. That's for existing facilities. It could also qualify for a Class 3 exemption, which is construction of small structures. And it could also qualify for a Class 11 exemption for accessory minor structures. So basically, we're asking the council to adopt multiple findings for how this could be consistent with multiple sections of CEQA. So as I mentioned, there's multiple options for the council to consider tonight. Option 1 would be to deny the appeal, sustain the Planning Commission's decision by adopting Resolution A that would adopt all the findings that we just discussed. Option 2 is very similar, deny the appeal, sustain the Planning Commission's decision, but also adopt some additional conditions, basically for that airport road drainage issue and the Paso Robles parking condition, and reapprove the project. Third option would be to grant the appeal, and that would overturn the Planning Commission's approval. The City Council would actually have to make specific findings to deny the project. We don't have those findings. Those would have to be deliberated on as what would be the basis of that finding. Fourth option would be basically to provide alternative direction or refer it back for additional analysis. Staff is recommending option 2, which is deny the appeal, sustain the Planning Commission's approval, and adopt additional conditions of approval for the project. So those recommended modifications to the project would be bullet 1, which is to repair the existing detention basin so it holds the 1,700 cubic feet of stormwater that was originally a requirement of the construction. There's some outflows that need to be updated for the pipes that discharge onto Airport Road. And then Airport Road, there's some erosion there that would need to be repaired to the satisfaction of the city engineer. The second would be to prohibit the Ravine Water Park from using Paso Robles Boulevard. We included in your staff report language that these should be considered good faith conditions and not mitigation measures. These really pertain to existing conditions and not the pool, which is really the decision. So because these are more existing conditions, we consider these more optional, kind of changes that make sense to do, but they literally aren't required to approve the project and therefore aren't considered mitigation measures in any way. So we just wanted to clarify that as well. And that will conclude the staff report, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Warren. Let's get council, any questions for Warren at this point? Chris Bouch, go ahead.
Thank you, Warren. That made a lot more sense hearing it verbally than reading it over the weekend. The mitigation measures, those are appropriate. The last slide that you just had previous to this, those are consistent. They're not going to go back and cause the original approval to be reconsidered.
So, first of all, they're not mitigation measures, so we're going to call them good faith conditions of approval that basically just clarify what was approved back in 2004.
Just for clarity, Mr. Boucher, too, so they address existing site conditions, which are more like code enforcement issues than really part of this application. And so we're just adding the conditions to make sure that we've got a record of them and that the applicant knows we want those things addressed also, but they're not really mitigation or related to the application before you.
They won't trigger anything else.
They should not.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beal.
If I'm understanding this correctly, I mean, the issue is sort of what's specific to the pool project versus greater property issues. And I am interested in sort of the intersection of like the Regional Water Quality Control Board, their authority, the city's authority, the drainage things. In general, could you know, we don't enforce a Regional Water Quality Control Board permit. And just to make sure that that's outside of the purview of this, really, the pool itself.
Yeah, the pool is not within their jurisdiction. Now, when the original project was approved and permitted back in 2004, it was near the banks. There was some jurisdictional issues. We don't know exactly how that was resolved with staff, but we understand it was all final, so it was determined to be consistent. Any stormwater discharge into a waterway like Warrow Creek is subject to the Regional Water Quality Control Board. We did get a complaint of an illicit discharge. It was investigated and determined that it was not a violation.
And somebody submitted that to the city, or did they submit it to the Regional Water Quality Control Board?
I know it was submitted to the city. I'm not sure if the board also received it, but we did coordinate with the board on the investigation.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's go ahead and hear the appellate's items to be heard. Yeah.
Go ahead and start. Sorry, the attorney was going to call in first and start. Good evening, council. Good evening, city attorney. Come before you tonight to discuss something, the appeal that we brought forward. Can't hear me?
Yeah, you kind of low volume, but I think you're on. Go ahead, Glenn.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So the appeal before you tonight is not necessarily about an entity or a person. Butterfields have been a longtime community family. I went to high school with them. The ravine is a great amenity, and we definitely, approve it and are for it and have always backed it. How the appeal began is when this issue came before the Planning Commission, we asked a couple items. We asked what happened with the parking lot on Paso Robles Boulevard. We've never seen anything that showed any permit. We've never seen an application with the city fees. We said, could you please condition this project to not include that? And the reason being, again, it had no approvals, it had no mitigation, it had no traffic, it had no kit fox, it had nothing. It caused congestion on Highway 46, it caused congestion on Paso Robles Boulevard. And we did bring the questions to the Planning Commission. They asked some internal questions, but at the end of the night, they approved it. And so there was no condition that was clarifying what had been ongoing since 2004. Now, the staff did recommend or did reference that in 2007, there was, quote, a temporary use permit. And what that temporary use permit is, or was, that was presented to us was merely an inter-office memo that doesn't show any proof it ever went out. It wasn't a permit that was issued. It was strictly a memo between, that was being drafted, and the memo was going to subject the temporary use permit with an expiration of September 30th, 2007. Well, the parking's been ongoing. So since 2004 until they actually removed items here just in February after the Planning Commission and us bringing the items forward, it'd been being used. So it was an ongoing use. When we asked the staff, you know, how do we make it a condition? Can you make it a condition? And then we don't need to do the appeal, but the staff said the only way to make it of record is you need to do the appeal. So that's how we got before you at this point tonight. When we did the appeal, we went ahead and brought other items up because we look at it as all individuals, businesses, and developers are conditioned by city ordinances such as building code, airport land use plan, gateway plan, and other items. They're also subject to environmental reviews, state, Kit Fox, Fish and Wildlife, just to name a few. Before you is an amendment that isn't just about a pool, it's also about the conditional use permit and the original going back to 2004. So everything's relating back to 2004. So it's kind of been an ongoing that keeps referring back, but nothing is having it address the current code and the current items that are before you, such as airport land use, gateway design standards. Nothing is addressing, including the traffic. The project has a combination of unenforced ordinances, ongoing amendments, and overall has been lacking the full review of the original approvals. It keeps referring back to 2004, but never really reviews what was approved in 2004. In 2004, there was a traffic study that reflected 234 daily trips total. So they built a parking lot with 171 paved spaces. They had 234 daily trips. Then after that, in 2018, they were allowed to add 96 spaces on Union Road because that would help what the parking mess was. But nothing addressed that we're increasing parking. Nothing addressed that, oh, another access off Highway 46, you know, we're increasing traffic. Then again, in 2020, they requested another 200 spaces, again, to alleviate the traffic that had been going on. But now you just more than doubled what their original number of trips were. And it was only looked at like we doubled, you know, we relieved what's going on. We didn't look at, wow, we haven't addressed what's going on. So now we just increased it to 291 approved spaces over there off of Union Road, another airport access, in addition to, since 2004, they'd been using the Paso Robles Boulevard access, stuffing about 150 vehicles there, clogging the entrance to our ranch, which is why we brought this up. You know, that is one of our main entrances that we use. We still run our cattle operations out there, and when the parking was, you know, crazy, people blocked the gateway and we couldn't get in. So with all of that, there was about 600 vehicle parking going on, and still nobody addressing the fact that the traffic study is only for 234. And that's yet a third entrance off of Highway 46. You have the Paso Robles Boulevard, you have the Union Road, you have the Airport Road. So this is, everything just keeps saying, well, it's back to the 2004, but where does it address that there was a change made? And anything or approval should address that. The ravine, again, ongoing amendments, which have been substantial since the beginning, non-mitigated expansions, removal of pervious surfaces. If you go back to the original approval in 2004 that everything refers back to, it said all pervious surfaces will remain. Well, as it's expanded, there's been more concrete and beautiful, wonderful amenities, but more concrete not being addressed, which I think has been part of the result why in February we had photos taken which was showing discharge coming out on a great sunny day. They were doing concrete and discharges coming out into the Wero because, again, the drainage, there was a question there, you know, as to what is going on, what direction is it going. There was in addition a reference in the 100-year floodplain, which was part of the resolution 04-043. It was under the Public Works Department item D2, which stated, and this is in the 2004 original, The proposed structures and grading shall not encroach into the 100-year floodplain as specified in the municipal code. So when you go back, basically the entire water park unfortunately is in the floodplain except for the paved area on top. And so, again, buildings have been added, and each time said, well, they're approved, which is great, but do they meet what the city's requirements are? Do they meet what the 04 is? So some items we're referring that we are going to 04, and other items it seems like we're ignoring what the 04 conditions were that were put on this development. The safety zone in 2003, which is what the 2004 approval would have been under, the safety zone at that update was actually 10 people per gross acre, which is pretty miserable. I mean, it was actually later improved to be much larger. So with the current safety zone in a zone 3 at 16 acres, they would be allowed about an average of 900 people. And one of the issues that we asked is, again, probably more out of curiosity and trying to understand the project, was what is the occupancy? And no one to this date has answered that to us. We ask it at the Planning Commission level, we ask it to the staff before this meeting, and up until our appeal, we still have not been answered. I don't know that anybody knows. At one point, somebody said, well, it's an outdoor event, there is none. And if there is none, then why does items such as the Allegretto have to do an outdoor event, 300-person parking plan in advance, et cetera? It's just a little bit of confusion compared, as we're trying to understand, and we're trying to understand also for projects going forward, like what are the rules? But there has been no answer as to what the occupancy is and or what is allowed at that place, at that property. The effects, in one of the, I believe it was Kirk Consulting, they responded and said the effects really don't have a lot weekday, they're more busy on weekends and airport businesses aren't around. Well, the Highway 46 corridor is probably the busiest on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And if any of you have driven out there, the traffic backs up way past Airport Road on a consistent basis. And so you have both the traffic on weekdays of Airport Road, which sometimes people say it can take an hour to get out, depending on what time of day you hit and what's going on with the ravine. And in addition, then on the weekends, you have, we're a tourist destination location. Highway 46 is packed on the weekends. So that is something to be aware of. A local businessman that travels on Airport Road regularly said, gosh, often you see people changing, because it takes them so long to pass by the parking lot. You see people changing in the parking lot. Well, Paso Robles does have a gateway plan, the 2008 gateway plan. And the project actually did have some conditions in it, which I did provide you guys documentation on that referenced, the gateway plan and screening. When the second approval in 2020, adding the additional 200 parking spaces was allowed, it was actually situated directly adjacent to the freeway. So it's extremely visible on the freeway. And from what it has appeared, the 96 space that was a little further away, more towards where the athletic club was, those are no longer used. Everything's kind of now in that very focused corridor. And we provided you some pictures from Highway 46 driving by. There was some very, it's visible. And is that what the entrance to Paso Robles? We're getting ready to expand. Paso Robles is growing. It's going to be doing its spaceport. It's going to be doing, hopefully, the landing project as answers happen, and that is the gateway. And have we looked at what the gateway is? Have we looked at what the project was conditioned on the gateway and how to screen the parking and, appropriately screen for the entrances? We brought it up, knowing the ravine now has a new corporation that's 2/3 majority owner. And so as a city, it might be beneficial at this point, now that there's new people involved, to do some type of a site visit, document what the actual amenities are. There's been even miniature golf added, which is wonderful, and people love it. But I never saw that on any of the site plans that they submitted. It would always be cut off right at where they're adding their new pool, never showing any of the other items that go on and continue on that property. So perhaps it'd be beneficial to do a site visit, document what is there, document the buildings, document the activities going forward, because overall, it's kind of been 20 years with a little bit of, I think it's approved, I think it was approved in the past, it might be. We asked for copies of building permits to the state. We haven't gotten any from the city. We asked for copies of any of the statewide regional water resource, probably pronouncing it wrong, copies of that, or Fish and Wildlife. We haven't seen any of that either. We did get copies of the resolutions, but just to get the bigger picture, and which kind of tells me maybe the city isn't sure. And seeing what we were provided as the temporary use permit, that's not a permit, in any way, maybe it would be good for the city to document it to know going forward, and especially with a, a large new owner that owns 2/3 of it, to know where you're at. Create a footprint and find out what's in compliance, and that way you can enforce code and enforce what you want going forward for this gateway property to the city. Legal occupancy, again, should be really important to have that. And for us, the items that we, again, brought to the Planning Commission and we'd like to see is eliminate the non-approved parking on Paso Robles Boulevard. The staff recommended it to be added to the building permit. Now, the building permit is actually ready to issue. If you go on pasopermits.com, it says ready to issue. And adding it to a building permit won't exactly put it of record forever. I mean, it puts it if someone wants to go back and dig in a building permit, but I doubt every time these issues come before you, you guys don't open up every building permit that's ever been issued, right? You open up the resolutions, you open up the prior documents. You're not looking at every single building permit. So this condition should, in our opinion, not be put on the building permit, but put on the project. That way it will follow and memorialize with the project. And we also, important would be eliminate the ongoing erosion on our property. Our property crosses over to Airport Road, and so eliminate that erosion, which I believe the city is addressing if that condition is elected, that you guys change around the drainage there and eliminate that, which would be appreciated because it's hurting both Airport Road and our property. And with that, we thank you guys for listening and hearing ours and reading. Okay, and with that, our attorney is on, and he'll talk about the CEQA portion and the items regarding the CEQA. So John Erskine is online with Nosman LLP.
Hello.
Yeah. Gwen, if you
Hello?
can stand by right there, we'll ask you a question later. Go ahead, John.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Hammond and council members. This is John Erskine. I'm a partner in the Nosman Law Firm. We represent the appellant Ranch and Coast Properties. As you know, you should have received our letter, which my partner David Miller submitted yesterday and addresses the staff, the Ravine Park outside counsel's letter, and your city attorney's assertion that the ravine expansion is exempt from CEQA. That is absolutely not the case, and it's a fairly simple factual analysis, which I'll summarize real briefly. It's contained in David Miller's letter from us. Basically, the Class 1 exemption involves negligible or no expansion of the existing or former use. The key consideration is factual. Does it involve essentially no expansion of the existing use? The city staff report notes that the Class 1 exemption applies because the project will not increase the capacity of the ravine, of the existing ravine water park. But that's not the calculus. In the January 2026 project description, the water parks consultant, Kirk Consulting, described that the very purpose of the project is intended to and I quote, is intended to reinvigorate the park experience and attract renewed interest from both returning and I emphasize, new visitors. In other words, the project is designed to attract new and additional returning visitors who might otherwise not return but for the new attractions. The other point is in the project description that your staff presented tonight, or in the photos, it emphasized the 1,900 square foot new splash pool, but it mentioned the spa on the deck, but it did not mention the 14 cabanas. If adults are coming out there, and particularly those of us who have fair skin and don't want to get skin cancer, we're gonna be attracted to come out there with the 14 cabanas. That's going to bring more adults. If you look up how many persons can fit in the 1,900 square foot pool, it's approximately 125 to 150 adults, based on our research. But what is not even mentioned is that the construction of this new adult pool and the 14 cabanas is going to require excavation of turf areas, multiple truck trips, which are additional vehicle trips. You're going to have to gunite the pool. There's going to be heavy trucks coming in. We haven't identified any of that in the analysis. We haven't identified where the construction staging area will be. The staff's presentation didn't mention any of that. So I think Gwen did a fantastic job of outlining the concerns and, why we think this project is not or at least the expansion of the project is not something that is going to benefit the city of Paso Robles in the short term or in the long term. So the other point I wanted to make just real quickly is the Class 3 and the Class 11 CEQA exemptions are barred by the cumulative impacts exception, which is contained in CEQA guidelines section 15300.2 subsection B. All exemptions for those types of classes of CEQA exemptions are inapplicable when the cumulative impact of successive projects of the same type in the same place over time is significant. And as Gwen set forth in her presentation, I think over time they have been significant. So with that, I'll conclude and be happy to address any questions.
Thank you, John. Council, questions of Gwen or John? Start off on my right. Councilman Bausch, you're good? Strong? Go Tim Gregory.
I do have, Warren, could we have their 8 concerns that you had printed up on the board?
I have it right here.
I have here too, but I just want to make sure it's the same. Thank you. And I have no questions of Gwen at this time. Thank you, Gwen.
Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Gwen, thanks for being here tonight. The cattle gate issue, can you describe that in a little more detail?
Which part? I'm sorry?
The cattle gate, is that being blocked off of Paso Robles Street?
On Paso Robles Street, correct. Their parking lot that they established off of Paso Robles Boulevard, which Paso Robles Boulevard is a city street. It's where the original bridge crossed, right, that was washed out in approximately 1969. It's not maintained at all. I mean, at this point, because their use, it's become dirt and just, potholed. There was a little bit of pavement left, but obviously, it's not well used, so it's not a good place for city money to be spent. We have a gate there, and so we still have our Black Angus cattle, cow-calf operations. And so when they're using that, the parking lot there, people park everywhere. They park up and down Paso Robles Boulevard, both sides, they park in the parking lot. There's a gate there, but people park in front of it. We've hung signs, we posted towing, but the tow trucks cannot get down there. There's a gate that was installed in the middle of Paso Robles Boulevard previously that reduced it basically down to one lane. Fire emergency vehicles, and in years back, I had those conversations, and they can't fit. Tow trucks couldn't fit. So yes, they're not using it in the velocity that they used to use it, but it's still open use and has been ongoing use.
Would the good faith measure that was described earlier, would that allow regular access to that gate if nobody was parking there ever?
In the good faith measuring that Brett Butterfield offered up, the letter or what Warren had described of removing it. Originally, between the Planning Commission and the appeal, Brett Butterfield did write a very short letter. It wasn't on a letterhead or anything, but said, I'm removing the parking bollards and we won't use it. It wasn't signed on behalf of the Ravine, which the Ravine is a corporation that he's a 1/3 owner of. And being not an actual condition put into a resolution, today they could say, I'm not going to use it, and then tomorrow changed my mind, right? It's not enforceable. And so when we asked the city and said, well, gosh, can you just make it a condition? They said, it's not enforceable unless you do an appeal. And so unfortunately, our purpose wasn't to, come and do a big appeal and have a problem with them.
Right.
It was, that's the only way to make it enforceable. And it was like, okay, there's a lot of issues here, and we might as well bring the awareness out of what's going on for all businesses, individuals, and developers.
It seems, and Warren, feel free to chime in, with the good faith measure regarding the parking, if I'm hearing that correctly, that was an elimination or cessation of parking there?
So the staff recommendation is to add a condition that prohibits the Ravine Water Park from using Paso Robles Boulevard for employee or visitor parking or for access to the water park. So if the council adopted that as part of the CUP development plan that would be enforceable if there was any violations.
If it was adopted as a permit, I believe the staff, it says would be added added to the building permit. If it's added to the building permit, it won't have this enforcement, correct, Warren? Unless it is added to the CUP.
So the recommendation is to add it to the development plan CUP conditions of approval. It'll run with the land indefinitely.
But that would be adequate.
Consistent with that? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Brown? Okay. Thank you, Gwen and John.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and listen then to the appellate
Thank you.
argument. Oh, okay. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hammond, council. My intention is not to shut the water park down or even slow down their operation, although I know through this it's cost them a month. My main intention, as you know, was to not have parking on Paso Boulevard as a matter of record. It sounds like that's what is the direction it's going to go, so that's good. Once I got into it, it just kind of shocked me about some of the resolutions the two parking lots, the 96 and the 200, yes, we're complaining about what happened, but it's happened, so it's over. So what do we do to make it the best? Well, I would just ask staff or council, can they make code enforcement enforce what they approved? In other words, the 96 is supposed to be up here, the 200 is lower, they're now all combined. Also, obviously, you read the gateway, John, you were involved in it. I know Darren, we were all involved in it because I had that ground back then. And that area, that corridor is the future entrance, the gateway to everything we're doing that's going to improve the city tremendously. The spaceport, the beautiful stuff you're doing at the airport, the landing. So I understand they're not on the hook to do it, but you think, I'm hoping that it says they could fix all their water runs off their parking lot. There's no curbs, there's nothing. And it's eroding Airport Road, and it would be to their benefit to fix that, because real soon it's going to be a real hazard, or the city's got to fix it. But I'd like it, instead of saying could, will, up to city engineers' recommendations. So I'd like to see that. And then because it's a gateway, when we were doing the gateway plan, there was 5 recommendations. One was for the council to rezone that property to not allow mini storage, parking areas, and a couple other unsightly items. Well, we've already approved the parking, so I'm not asking to take it away. I'm just wondering if there's a way that possibly we could put some landscaping enhancements to it. And I know the water park people, his new partners, they do some first-class stuff. It's the benefit of all of us to work on making that better and getting it back to the way it was approved, 96 here, 200 here. Finally, I've been talking, since Caltrans didn't give us the right-of-way money for the overpass, I've met and I've been working hard because I want to see this airport, I want to see this stuff happen before I'm dead. And so I've been working on some ideas and willing to grant right-of-way. And if we put the bridge where it used to be, which now I think you guys are at least looking at it, we're going to re-up Paso Boulevard, which you already own. I'm going to give you the other right-of-way you need. But once we do that, and all these people going to the gateway, all these people going to the landing, that's the way they'll be traveling. And they'll be traveling the backside of Paso Boulevard along the backside of the water park, which I don't want to piss them off, but it's not the most aesthetic thing in the world. So maybe we could work as a group, and I know these guys are quality people, to enhance it over time, the backside with some type of landscaping, maybe some berming. If I got donate a little more right-of-way to get to where maybe we can just drive by and it's sitting down in its spot. I just really think we need to look at that because the gateway is critical. And, you did the plan, John. You had Paul Zoides and all those back in, I think, 08, 09, put this gateway plan together. He was a pretty sharp guy. I think we ought to at least try to get back to thinking about the stuff that they recommended. You can't tell them they can't, I'm not asking, they can't tell them to take the parking away, it was approved, but let's try to
Improve it.
improve it. That's all I got to say. And I'm for recommendation 2, I think it is, where they will agree, I like it to say will improve the shoulder of Airport Road and do it properly, because right in the statement there, it says unregulated water flow. I don't know any development can have unregulated water flow today, and I think them as good stewards of the area and owning the corner of our gateway, they should be encouraged to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, we'll go ahead and hear the appellate. Come on up, please.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond and council members. My name is Ian McCarville. I'm a land use consultant at Kirk Consulting. Tonight I'll be providing a brief presentation on our proposed project, and I will address the appeals, or the concerns raised in the appeal. As described in the staff presentation, the applicant is proposing a new pool, spa, and cabanas within an existing, already developed portion of the site. These improvements are intended to refresh the guest experience and enhance the overall park. This proposal is consistent with the water park's original approval, which anticipated phased development over time. Since its original approval in 2004 and opening in 2007, the park has continued to evolve by adding fully permitted attractions to maintain visitor interest and encourage repeat visitation. In recent years, attendance has seen a modest decline, similar to trends of other maturing parks. In this instance, new and returning visitors does not mean an increase in capacity. Instead, it is an attempt to reinvigorate the park and maintain that visitor interest. The appeal can be summarized into the 8 key issues. However, most of these are not specific to the proposed project and instead relate to the existing park operations or prior approved development. The remaining concerns have been addressed by city staff and the applicant, either through written responses or actions taken since they were raised. A number of the appellant's concerns center on the characterization of this project as an expansion of the originally approved use, along with claims that it would result in new impacts requiring off-site improvements or a new traffic study. However, the 2004 approval and the associated site plan, shown here, anticipated phased development of the water park over time as funding allowed. The boundary of the water park has not changed. Importantly, the proposed improvements are located within an existing developed portion of the site, which has consistently functioned as an active use area since it was developed. This includes a lawn and concrete picnic area within the park's operational footprint. As shown on this approved 2004 site plan, this area was designated and constructed as a grassy active use space with supporting walkways. The approved 2005 building permit also identified a flat area for a stage, reinforcing its intended active use. This area continues to function to that same capacity today. Here is an aerial image from 2007 showing the project area along with the rest of the site being constructed consistent with the approved site plans. And while the area has been reconfigured over time as the park has evolved, it has remained consistent with the original approval, continuing to function as a lawn or grassy active use area where visitors routinely gather for activities. The photos shown on this slide and the prior slide demonstrate how the project area has been actively used over time. These include daily use, seasonal activities like summer and Halloween parties, and even community gatherings such as the Celebration of Life. The proposed project represents an adaptive reuse of these existing amenities to serve visitors already utilizing the water park, and it does not expand its overall capacity. In fact, under the building code occupant load standards, the project will result in a reduction in capacity as the pool accommodates fewer people than the existing lawn and concrete active use areas. Because this project occurs entirely within an established footprint and does not increase the capacity or generate additional trips, there is no nexus for off-site improvements or a new updated traffic study. To date, no evidence has been provided demonstrating that the project would increase the water park's capacity. Another general concern raised by the appellant relates to the use and condition of Paso Robles Boulevard. Over time, the applicant has taken steps to address unintended use of Paso Robles Boulevard by park visitors. One example being in early 2018, when the overflow parking area was constructed across the highway, a no ravine parking sign was installed near the entrance to direct visitors to that new lot. Around the same time, the applicant also installed a gate along Paso Robles Boulevard to restrict unauthorized access and provided the appellant full rights to operate that gate. However, that gate has remained open. More recently, when concerns were raised regarding the use of the rear parking area and the boardwalk during the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant took immediate action. All parking lot improvements, including the telephone pole bumpers, were removed along with the river boardwalk. In addition, the applicant installed gates to restrict the access from this location and submitted a written commitment to the city that this parking area and river boardwalk will no longer be used. Importantly, the proposed project does not, nor has it ever, relied on this road or parking area. The appellant also raised concerns regarding existing drainage infrastructure and potential impacts to Railroad Creek and along Airport Road. As noted in the staff report and presentation, the culvert draining into Railroad Creek was existing and permitted prior to the construction of the water park, and no verifiable violations were identified during the city site visit earlier this year. Importantly, the proposed project does not connect to any existing drainage infrastructure and will not discharge into the creek. Instead, stormwater will be managed on-site within the project area using a bubbler system and existing landscape area for on-site percolation. With respect to drainage improvements and road conditions along Airport Road, a detention basin and discharge pipe were permitted as a part of the original application back in 2007, back in 2004 and built in 2007 with the rest of the park. As a part of ongoing maintenance and condition compliance associated with the original CUP, the applicant recently cleaned out seasonally accumulated silt from the basin and repaired the orifice plate on the discharge pipe. The basin has been confirmed to be in substantial conformance with the original design by Wallace Group, who was the civil design group who designed the original basin back in 2007. Additionally, in the coming days, the applicant will reseed the basin with a SLO County approved seed mix to establish a vegetative cover and help minimize erosion potential. These actions were also taken as a part of ongoing maintenance and condition compliance associated with the original CUP and are not associated with the proposed project. Notably, the applicant had also historically been maintaining conditions along Airport Road, but was directed by City Public Works to discontinue those activities as those improvements were located within the city right away. This area represents the primary concern raised by the appellant. To the extent the city identifies any additional maintenance need, the applicant is committed to coordinating with the city engineer on beneficial maintenance activities. Now, before I conclude my presentation, I do have Mr. Brett Butterfield here who would like to share a short statement.
Welcome, Brett.
Hi, guys, gang, girls. Good evening to all of you. I'm Brett Butterfield, and I've been with the Ravine since 2004. I've been through entitlements, construction, ongoing operations. I personally oversee operations every day. I go 100 days straight every season. I am there. I am in the middle of that parking lot in the mornings, and I'm in the middle of those kitchens midday, and I'm there at the end of the day to hear hundreds of people every season say, thank you for bringing this to Paso. Thank you for the jobs that you bring. Thank you for the safety. Thank you for addressing elderly. Thank you for addressing special needs. I've grown to love that park, and I love being in Paso. I have had hundreds of meetings with the staff in City of Paso. We had one thing going on the whole time since we've been there, and that is we grew. I didn't know what was going to happen there when we built it, but it grew. As it grew, we were constantly adjusting with this team. You know, people started parking on Airport Road, we had to scramble. I was always hoping maybe something would come available over on the Paso Robles Boulevard side, but no parcels ever did. Over the years, there was many big issues in the city that we always dealt with. I remember when it was the drought. Oh man, can you take out any lawn? Can you do anything? We did. Then it became the traffic on Airport Road. Is there anything you can do to help us? That's when we purchased the land on Union Road. We had to move quick because we were growing. Paso was growing, but the traffic backed up on Airport Road that we talk about, of which I am there every day, is trying to get on Airport Road because of the traffic that's out on 46. That is the dilemma. One big motorhome trying to get out on 46 often can back the traffic up quite a ways. So that being said, I love Paso. We are trying new things all the time. We're trying to stay fresh, as I've talked about before. Where's the bowling alleys? Where's the old roller skating rinks? You know, we're kind of it in the individual independent world for kids. And I'm still there and I'm still all in. I bought that property in 2000. I live and breathe it. I've worked almost every day of this off season to celebrate our 20th year. We've probably are already over 100 charities we have given to this year already. And I think if you look around, you will see that we're trying to be a part of the city. So that being said, this is another idea. That area down there has been being used every year. We've done everything from cornhole tournaments for teens to you see our foam parties for babies and infants. That area has been being used. I actually think there's a very good chance this will be the lightest volume use for that area. However, we're still always trying to think about where is another weak spot we can work on to make the experience better. I am in hopes that possibly being able to get into that pool with a toddler, mom and a toddler for their first time can put some floaties on them and still water, and my dad takes the 3-year-old and the 6-year-old and goes on some of the activity pools. So that being said, you guys know our story. We're always in touch. Any agency, I tell you guys this all the time, you don't need to ask. We tell anybody, you think you have a problem with our place, come on out. Don't even need to ask. And again, I truthfully love the staff and being a part of Paso. Thanks.
Thank you, Brett.
Thank you, Brett. So just in closing, just wanted to highlight that many of the concerns raised in the appeal relate to the existing and approved conditions of the park rather than the proposed project. Even so, the applicant has demonstrated that they take proactive steps in addressing these concerns and remains committed to working with the city moving forward. Importantly, the appellant has provided no evidence that the project would result in environmental impacts or that it would increase capacity of the site or that it would expand the developed area. Instead, the appellant's arguments amount to speculation without evidence and improperly challenge the city's prior approvals relating to the water park. Notably, the appellant did not appeal those prior decisions, including those that expanded the water park's parking facilities, and cannot seek to unwind them now. As we have stated, based on the applicant's firsthand knowledge of the water park, the project will not increase the capacity of the site. It will solely repurpose an existing area to better serve its existing customers. The city can rely on the substantial evidence as well as the technical information provided by staff and the applicant in finding the project exempt from CEQA. Any allegations relating to the past unpermitted activities is left to code enforcement, and environmental review is based on existing site characteristics. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Okay, any council questions real quick of his staff? Anything? Chris Bouch, go ahead.
So I'll ask the same question that I asked Gwen. The amendment, that's going to satisfy and the water park is amenable to that condition?
Yes, we are.
Measured?
For the parking along Paso Robles Boulevard, yes, we are.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and open up then to the public comment on this item. Dale, you're up first.
Dale Guston, I'm going to agree with your attorney for a change. She said it's exempt from CEQA, and I agree. And that's what the findings of the staff concluded as well. But I'm a little puzzled. This appeal was supposed to be just on the addition. And all of a sudden, the appeal is addressing everything that was related to the original conditional use permit. I didn't hear that they were complaining to the staff to do an investigation of the original conditional use permit. But yet they brought it up with this appeal. I don't think that's proper. There's nothing that Brett has not added to that thing that has not been an improvement and an improvement in the safety, he's got a parking problem because he's got a success problem. and he's done everything he can to mitigate that as far as making parking available. And I understand the city's going to use his lot over on Union Road for the July 4th again. That's nice. Brett is a good citizen. And I think you should take option 2. The staff has recommended a couple little changes that they find that should be corrected, and it still is denying the appeal with option number 2. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I love an appeal, interlocutory appeals, writ of mandate, so I stayed late to watch this. And I'm sorry to the appellant, but I would call this a parking war appeal. I would recommend that it be denied and number 2 be chosen, simply because I was at the Planning Commission meeting when this was brought forth, and the Planning Commission really reviewed it. They didn't, the appellant said they just said a couple of questions. No, they asked, Mr. Butterfield, I believe, was there, and they really went through it. It wasn't a quick discussion. They did say that they were not going to use that parking area anymore. I thought that was already decided, so I'm actually kind of surprised we're here tonight. The other things that are mentioned in their appeal, I get it. You know, it's sightly, but my question to the appellant is very simple. When the spaceport is active, when every other attraction grows and builds there, and I understand our business is there, what are you going to do then? Because you can't put the burden on one company because they're large and they have the money to fix a street. I mean, we have that problem with HCD at a private program. They get our money to run a program and they still don't do it correctly. So I would urge you to pick number 2. I thought the Planning Commission did a great job reviewing this, and Warren and the gang. Thank you.
Mark, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and all staff. Unlike some that say they know Brett Butterfield, other than his family, I know him better than anybody in this room. He's an outstanding young man. I'm a little offended by saying he's not the Ravine Water Park. Brett is the face of the Ravine Water Park. When he had his other 2 partners, John and Jay, Brett was the Ravine Water Park. To me, this is a little misunderstanding that got snowballed into something it shouldn't have. Brett is a steward of this community. I've known him and his family for over 50 years or so. Good family. Brett loves this water park than anything else. He really loves this water park, and he wants to make things right. And he's one of my true friends that I would trust with my life. I'm serious. He actually helped me through a tough time in my life, and I'm forever grateful for that. But he lives and breathes this water park. And when you talk about a gateway to the community, I have family in the Sacramento, Modesto area, and when I go visit them, when I get back to Paso Robles and I see the ravine, I feel I'm home. I think, hey, there it is. That's my gateway. And then with my family that lives in that area, they plan every summer to come down to stay at Cava Robles and during the fair, and what they want to do is go to the Ravine Water Park. And when I say family, there's usually 50 to 60 of them. And so that's their big deal, is to come to the water park, because it's children-friendly, kid-friendly, adult-friendly. And this is just going to add to it. And Brett, he's not the type that likes to talk too much. I'm kind of mouthy, but he's the largest young person employer in our county. And he's told several stories to me in kind of a personal thing, but he actually has had people come up to him after COVID and tell him that they saved their child's life because of the isolation, and he got him back to work. He also When he says he employs special needs, he puts these young men and young women in a position to succeed, and he always watches over them. And he gets this a lot. And he's also a steward for Paso Robles, like Dale said. He worked with Frida for several 4th of Julys. Let's park it across the street at his parking lot. He does have a parking lot problem. You know, that means he has people coming to tax dollars coming to our community. So I urge you to either adopt option 1 or option 2. So thank you.
You weren't too mouthy about your last name there, Mr. Perry. Yeah. Mark Perry. There you go. Thank you. There you go. Got it in. Anyone else? Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you want to take
I'll take a stab at first. I want to make a comment.
Sure, okay, we can do
All right.
this.
First of all, I want to disclose that I did have a conversation with the Erskine family and with Brett Butterfield and encouraged a settlement, and before the appeal information came out. And I know Brett really well, not as well as Mark Perry does. And I know the Erskines very well, and they're both wonderful families and good community members in Paso Robles. So our intent here tonight is the Ravine Water Park is a critical need for our community because of what it provides for us as a destination and an entity. And it's really important for us to preserve the water park and at the same time try to address the concerns that the Erskines have. So we have a pretty difficult job, but it's not. You heard what Mr. Erskine said when he said there's 3 things I really want. And if you listen very carefully, they want a conditional use permit so nobody else can park on Paso Robles Street. That's number 1. Number 2 was to fix the drain basin going north on Airport Road. And I have a third idea, but I don't want to mention it until we talk about the new improvement of Airport Road. Is there a way to tell me where the Airport Road's going to be going along the Ravine Water Park parking area?
In the future,
Yes,
when it's fully improved?
yeah.
Well, right now, the approved project that the city is working on is the overcrossing at Union Road, and then the new Airport Road that goes by the new Justin Winery, and then the bridge across Wero Creek up toward the airport.
Okay.
That's a $130 million project that currently doesn't have funding.
Right.
So based on that, that would require only minor improvements at the existing airport road and the cutoffs of all the left turn moves there. That project, though, is being reevaluated right now with another feasibility study. So it's possible that an alternative project might be selected that might have different requirements on Airport Road.
Okay. Well, I'll come back to that then. I was concerned about the width of Airport Road and the ability to maybe beautify their parking lot. It's an idea, but I think the staff has done a really good job of answering all the concerns that are related to the appeal specifically. And I'll let everybody else talk about what they want on this, but I think we should think about, and I don't want to spend people's money, but my idea, the only thing that Tom said that kind of rung a bell with me is it'd be nice to have some kind of landscape between Airport Road and the parking lot,
A screening.
A screen,
Yeah.
something simple, but that's about it. I think everything else is kind of solved in this, what we have before us. And so I think it's really important to keep the process moving. I'm in favor of approving the denial with condition number 2 or option number 2 to let the Ravine move forward because they've got their project ready, we got the permit ready, and then find that other sense of whatever would appease the view of, from a gateway. I do want to repeat what Mr. Perry said about Gateway, though. I'm the same way when I come back to Paso Robles. The Ravine Water Park's my gateway notification. It's beautiful. The only place it's not so beautiful is when you drive by the parking lot, but that's here or there. But everything's there. Everything's good. We just have to figure out a way to get to this agreement. I think the denial is appropriate. as long as we get the option 2 correct.
Okay.
I'll wait for more comments later.
Okay, got it. On the way in, Chris Belch. And we'll come back to Fred.
Thank you. Echo what Councilmember Gregory said. I think the Erskine's concern, especially blocking access to the cattle gate, that's not an everyday occurrence. That's when you're moving cattle around, and I'm sympathetic to that. My family had a small part in cattle operation. So that's important. I think option 2 certainly takes care of that. I think Brett and company, certainly Mr. Butterfield, deserves an awful lot of credit for what he has done for our community, not just the ravine, but years before that, throughout his life. I think that was recognized when he was named Citizen of the Year a few years ago. We won't go into too much detail here. I don't want to embarrass the guy. But I think this is a good compromise. So Warren, thanks very much to you and the staff for putting this together. I too would speak in favor of the amendment and denial of the appeal.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, well, I'm in an interesting position, but I think we've already resolved it, frankly. I've known Tom and Gwen Erskine for as long as they've known each other. And we've been very close. I also have known Brett, not as well, but since he was a very young man. And I've known Marie Pope all the way back to before she had the name Pope, and she was an escrow officer. And I know how close she is to the water park and to Mr. Butterfield. So from what I'm hearing right now, I think they can all get along. I think they can work together, and what I'm listening to is it sounds like they're all in agreement on recommendation option 2. I don't see any problem with it, except I know that Tom would like that one word changed, and I don't see a big problem with changing the word for that matter. But either way, I'm pretty sure that they will work together and to mutual benefit. And eventually, when the spaceport comes in, we'll have additional problems. And at that point, we're going to have to readdress some of the access issues. But I'm sure we'll be willing and ready to do that because the water park is Paso Robles as much as almost anything else in it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Fred. Councilman Beal, you're good? I had some questions, maybe to Elizabeth. Maybe she can help me a little bit. The Erskine's attorney, David Miller, was talking about the CEQA Class 1, 3, and 11 exemptions. You reviewed these that he's raised, and do you have any questionable ideas that we should be talking about, or do we feel we're in good position with this?
I think we are in good position with this. I think the staff's analysis on the CEQA exemptions is correct. I don't believe that the positions put forward by the appellant meet the legal standard necessary. We do have Sarah Osowitz, the city CEQA lawyer, on the line if you want a more detailed answer.
Well, I would like to make sure, because I really don't want to get into another lawsuit. If we feel confident, that's all I'm really asking, but if you want to bring him in, that's fine too.
We do feel confident, but Sarah, did you want to respond?
Yes. So I can echo what Elizabeth explained. The staff report that you have before you tonight documents why the proposed amendments to the conditional use permit actually satisfy 3 different exemptions under CEQA, so belts and suspenders. One is the Class 3 exemption for minor alteration of existing facilities, and it is a negligible expansion, as Mr. McCorkle presented in his PowerPoint. So we are comfortable that it meets that exemption. We are also comfortable that it meets the accessory exemption and the small structures exemption. The suggestion that for some reason there were cumulative impacts was, I think, just a misstatement of the CEQA law. Stickwood just asked whether there have been other projects of the same type and in the same place. And we know from all the presentations, even from the appellant, that the current area where the splash pool is proposed has not been subject to development other than in its original form. So we don't have a cumulative impact that would preclude the use of either the minor structures, or small structures, or the accessory structure exemption. We don't have an expansion of use that would preclude the use of the Class 3 exemption. So based on those, we do have substantial evidence to support approval of the project under any of the three, and we don't have any substantial evidence suggesting that we couldn't use them.
Okay. Thank you. I had some questions also, maybe Warren, with regard to, or maybe Leslie, but maybe you can answer for Leslie, the requirement for the retention basin. It looks like they've already done that work, but I was more concerned because I was wondering about the erosion going along Airport Road. I actually had an ex parte conversation with Erskine and Butterfield about this, but I want to understand that the plan to move forward to fix this is in place or it has already been done. I'm not sure what the condition is right now.
So the applicant provided you some slides that showed that they have done some work on the basin. That hasn't been inspected by the city formally yet. So the condition, the first bullet on the screen, basically the city would verify that that repair work has been done so they can hold the 1,700 cubic feet of stormwater, which was part of the original 2004 plans. And then the second part would be to work with the city engineer to repair that drainage erosion along the shoulder. That is in the right-of-way. It would require an encroachment permit, so it's done per standards, but we could work with them on that if that's the council's desire.
That's quite deep. It's almost, in some areas, almost 12 inches deep in erosion right alongside the edge of the asphalt, and I'm worried about, of course, the asphalt falling apart and such too. But there is a plan of mitigation on that as well.
Well, if you adopt this condition, we will take care of that and make sure that's done prior to the pool permit being finalized.
Okay, so there has not been any plan to do it as of yet, but direction will be that they're going to have to come back with a plan.
Yeah, the council would need to provide direction if you want to see that happen.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, I had one other thing before I let you take it. I'm good with the Paso Robles Boulevard situation. We definitely want to make sure that that's not going to be used. I think that would be, again, good for both parties. Elizabeth, on item 3, to the extent permitted by laws, shall be accepted these conditions agreed to defend. Can you address that item that's in our
Sure. So
language?
your standard conditions of approval require the applicant to indemnify the city if we get sued as a result of approving the conditional use permit in this case, or the amendment to the conditional use permit. That section was inadvertently left out of the Planning Commission resolution. So we're just adding it in here so that it's consistent with all of our other approvals.
So it's not really up on the screen for, our recommendation, but it's on our paperwork that you want to have that included.
We do. It is not substantive related to the appeal issues, which is why staff didn't include it up there, but it is one that we want to have included in the actual
That's
resolution
kind of what I
once
thought.
adopted.
Want to make that clear.
Is that normal?
Yep.
Is that a normal inclusion on?
Yeah, it was just an oversight by staff when publishing the agenda for the Planning Commission that one didn't make it in for some reason.
Thank you.
So we're just fixing a typo.
Let me ask one more question, Steve. Warren, I know that the applicant did do mitigation as far as we could for the amount of the value of the project. But, we were talking about the screening that was proposed by Tom, or at least a suggestion that in the future, maybe we could have some sort of a tree screening, if that road does go through. That would be part of that new plan if Airport Road does go across, to the other side where the old bridge was, and then he's asking to have some sort of screening. That could be incorporated with that plan at that time, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so if we're talking about the new Airport Road fix, landscaping, that sort of thing would be part of the project. It'd be, city responsibility, but definitely that could be incorporated into a city project.
Right, to improve the screening on it. Okay. Pro Tem Gregory, I'm sorry.
So back to the first recommendation, would that be considered a conditional use permit to maintain that?
Yeah, both of these would be conditions that would be added to the conditional use permit / development plan. These would run with the land indefinitely and would be enforceable at all times.
Okay, and then I'll ask that same question that John just asked. So as far as the road between Airport Road and the end of the ravine parking lot, that area is going to be replaced short when the landing project goes through. The city will be responsible for doing the landscaping along that road?
Yes, the cities would be responsible for any future improvements of the airport road frontage, and that will include the edge condition, whatever is determined to be the best thing. It might be landscaping, it might not be, but that would be part of the city project.
Okay.
Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. Not to put too fine a point on it. So the recommended modification says the existing detention basin to be regraded. Should that also include some expectation of maintenance?
Well, I think the interpretation would be that there's supposed to be a basin that can always hold 1,700 cubic feet. So if it silted again, it would have to be regraded again.
Right.
So
But
that
I would like to see just spelled out in case it passes to a future property owner. It's regraded. It doesn't say one time, 2 times, but maintenance of effort should be included here.
So the goal is to get it functioning the way the city engineer and others think it should be. And then any failure to maintain it would be a code enforcement issue or a violation of the CUP.
And it could be enforceable?
Yep.
Okay.
It's enforceable as a violation of the CUP or under our code enforcement rules.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, all right, any other discussion on the item? Okay, looking for an action here.
Like to make a motion.
Pro Tem Gregory.
So option 2, as it reads, with the 3 items that are listed here. And I'm going to make a recommendation that the Ravine Water Park consider landscaping their parking lot between Airport and River Road as an option, not as a requirement.
Okay, we have a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion on that? So, Steve, where exactly are you, I'm getting a little confused on where you're asking to have those trees exactly.
So if you drive into Paso Robles and you see Ravine Water Park, it looks great. But immediately when you turn onto Airport Road and you finish, the structures are gone in the parking lot,
Yes.
it looks like a parking lot. And it's right up to the edge of the road, and
Yeah.
I'm not trying to cost them parking spots or anything, just maybe some kind of improvement there.
That's where I thought you meant, but if they even do any kind
It's an option.
Okay, all right, yeah, I just don't see there's much room there to do anything.
If they have an idea, Brett is very creative.
Yeah,
If they could
okay.
do it, fine. If not,
I would take out the word trees because the trees become a
oh, I didn't say,
parking.
it's just landscape. Yeah.
Some sort of screening.
I would put screen.
Screen.
Would you, friendly amendment to screen?
Councilmember Beal.
I mean, I think we would keep that separate from the motion, right?
Okay,
Just to keep something like this really clear.
I would make that an outside of the motion recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Gregory,
So I
second
think
by
what we have is a
Yes.
motion by Councilmember Gregory to approve the resolution denying the appeal and including the 2 conditions on the screen and the indemnity provision. And that's the motion with a second, I believe, from Bausch.
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, there's just a request or recommendation to Mr. Butterfield to think about some beautification along that portion of the road, keeping in mind all of the permitting issues that may be associated with that, if any, and working with the city engineer to ensure we don't have any sightline issues or anything like that.
That's right the way I was going to say it.
That's a good point, too, sightline.
Sure you are.
Yeah. Okay, all right, any other discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and we'll go ahead and make a recess for 10 minutes.
What a good idea.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
I think she's there.
Okay, we're going to reconvene. Thank you, Melissa. We are now at discussion items, and what we want to do is, if we could, if it's okay with council, move up on consent item 6, because we have some people in the audience who would like to hear it as soon as we could. Does that work? All right, so let's go ahead and hear item 6. Who has that for us? Yeah, I know, that's the problem, but we still have to do it.
All the time.
Thank you, Darren.
I know. We weren't going to stop.
Corner of Golden Hill and Highway 46, the Eagle Energy project's been around for many years. This oak tree obviously has been around a long time. The original improvements to this station at the time had to work around it, and as you can see, it's a large open area around the tree. Over the years, the tree's been declining. It's had some more recent limb failures. The applicant applied for an oak removal request. So as you can see in the photo, there's some health issues with it. An arborist report is included that indicates some issues with the tree. So the option before you tonight is to approve the removal of the tree. There's a mitigation requirement based on the size of the tree to plant 8 15-gallon or 1.5-inch diameter oak trees on site. So that's what's before the council at this time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Any questions of Darren?
Yeah, okay, well, let's see if we can get through this quickly. I mean, the person that pulled this is gone, and we have other people that are waiting for the item that was supposed to be next.
That's the problem.
So,
Chris Powell.
Darren, what, I mean, that site's big enough for 8 trees, but what happens when they all grow up? Do you have a say of, or the arborist has a say of where to plant them on site?
Yeah, the condition of the mitigation trees is for the arborist to be involved.
Okay.
And to put them in areas where the arborist recommends them go.
If we had a site that wouldn't accommodate 8 trees, is there a place of other, that these trees would be planted?
There are some large areas, including the area where the existing oak tree is. Unfortunately, we never heard back from the applicant or the arborist to help determine how feasible this would be. But in terms of if it's determined that there's some, not all of them are appropriate on site, I think it's a $200 mitigation fee per tree.
Okay.
That the city could then take. I think it goes to the Public Works, where the funds can go put trees in areas where the city's working on a project.
Thank you for that.
So,
Any other questions on this side?
One more?
Councilmember?
I have a question.
You? Okay. Pro Tem Gregory.
So, Darren, just a technical question. So I received the call on this tree originally. If we approve this tonight, can they take it out tomorrow?
they do need to, there's a fee involved.
Okay.
Coming to council that needs to be squared away. And I did want, I wanted them to recognize the replacement, because I never heard back from anyone.
Okay.
and
So if they get a hold of you about that, that'll
It
take
was
care of
our intent to keep this on an agenda. We understood the request for removal.
Yeah.
So we kept it on the agenda, however,
Okay,
hadn't heard back.
thank you.
So yes, with the payment of the fee, with the acknowledgement of the replacement trees, there is a permit that gets issued.
Okay.
That's not getting issued until we have
That-
something worked out with them.
I think we over the counter with the agreements.
We can work with them on that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council? We'll go ahead and have the applicant come forward. Would you like to address the council? Sure. Please, your name first, please.
Concerned, I did let Mr.
Your name?
know. Oh,
Your
Terry.
name.
Terry Larson.
Got it.
I did let Mr. Nash know the day I did the permit that we do not have space on the property for 8 trees, but we would be willing to purchase them.
And put them in the inventory?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So he was notified of that.
Okay.
And I don't know if he shared the pictures and the videos of the tree
Yeah.
that almost wiped out a lady and her dog.
Yeah.
So,
I've been getting gas there for the last 50 years almost, and I've seen the tree. So.
yeah. So, I mean, we lost the tractor, part of the tractor with this branch coming down, but
Okay.
it does need to come down before somebody
Fred?
does die.
Yep, I'm wondering though, if I'm understanding both of you correctly, that I think he's saying you have to pay the fee for all those trees
And-
before you take that down.
I will go down and pay that tomorrow, but
Okay.
we want to be approved.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll open up then, that's fine, we'll agree
Okay.
with you. Any other public comment on this item, please? Come forward. Okay, do we have anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council for direction and/or action.
I move we approve item 6 on the consent agenda to
Second.
remove the tree.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion on the item 6? Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Veal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Good, thank you.
You've been approved.
All right, move on. Okay, now we're back on the first item on discussion, and that is the progress update related to the Paso Robles City Council vision and goal setting. Mr. Huat.
Thank you, Mayor. Each of you should have a copy of tonight's presentation, serving a couple different purposes, but the primary purpose is being an initial reference document for you to not only review tonight, but to review over the next couple of weeks as we continue to evolve goals for you. Each year, or every other year, the City Council adopts a two-year budget. And the budget is the fiscal tool that enables the city to provide services, programs, projects, initiatives. The way we prioritize the use of those resources is largely based on the goals that this council adopts. The goals that you all adopt are essentially the blueprint that drive the work that staff does, that determines certain resource allocation and essentially time that staff spends throughout the fiscal year. So they're very important that we have direction from this council with goals in mind as we begin to develop the budget, which will be coming before you here in less than a month. And so the goal, no pun intended, is to converge the goals that you will be discussing tonight as well as in future meetings with the budget and essentially mirroring or aligning available resources with the goals to accomplish the most we can for the community in the upcoming two-year budget cycle. With that being said, if we rewind back to November of 2025, this council sat through both, I think, individual sessions and a group session on goal setting with Jacob Green and Associates. And you talked quite a bit about goal areas and some area of focus elements within those goal areas. You also talked about a vision and a potential vision statement for the city, which is one element of a high-performing organization, the mission statement and core values being the other, which we'll continue to work on, but we started on that vision statement. The conclusion of the November exercise resulted, if I could go back to the previous slide, in 6 key goal areas. And Mr. Malowitz will cover those in more detail, but those were the 6 areas that this council determined as those buckets on where we wanted to spend some effort and focus on over the next 2 years. Again, I think the big takeaway from that session was, one, there was quite a bit of alignment already with existing council goals in terms of the goal areas. And so it was a great opportunity to reaffirm in a lot of cases where we're going to be spending some focused time over the next 2 years. Next slide, please. So we did retain Jacob Green and Associates. They're the same group that worked with you all on the initial visioning and goal setting session to help do a deeper dive with the departments to try to take the work that you all started and provide some additional initiatives and goals kind of within those different areas. And that's really what we're going to be talking about this evening. Again, we are focused on actionable initiatives and implementation timelines. These are all things that are built into the goals along with strategies to achieve those goals. What we're going to be sharing with you, though, this evening is really the high-level component of the goals development process, which are the draft initiatives. As Mr. Mallitz will probably cover in a minute, we have several pages of those, and we are happy to dive into any that are of particular interest, but we will be doing a high-level summary this evening, refining those over the coming weeks, coming back to you probably at your first meeting in May for another discussion, and then another discussion after that to formally adopt. So you'll have multiple bites at the apple to provide feedback is what I'm getting at. Next slide, please. So we've been undertaking over the last several weeks facilitated work planning sessions with each of the departments for each of the goal areas. Those sessions have been led both by department staff as well as Mr. Malowitz, who's been the chaperone, I would say, in the goals process leading this project. Again, looking to align initiatives that staff want to accomplish over the next few years with council goals and priorities. We looked at best strategies for implementation, making sure that we identify the responsible departments and teams that are going to be responsible for those implementation, and then of course timelines are also important. I think the biggest thing I want to emphasize before I turn it over to Mr. Malowitz is a lot of what you are going to see this evening shouldn't necessarily be new, meaning that we have a lot of strategic plans, master plans, documents that the council has previously approved and discussed. That's where we're pulling a lot of this from. So while there may be some new things in there, and there may be a reference to an ad hoc committee on alleyway beautification in there, but beyond some one-offs like that, a lot of this should be familiar to you because you've considered, reviewed, and approved a lot of these plans that kind of culminate in this document previously. So with that, I want to turn it over to Assistant City Manager David Malowitz, who again has been working as the lead on this project. I want to quickly recognize and thank him for his hard work and detail-oriented focus on this process. And I also want to thank the departments. This was something new that we are going through this year for the first time, and there's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes to get this document in place for you. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Malowitz.
Welcome, David.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt, Mayor, members of council. As mentioned earlier, this is still in a refining stage. Staff has worked a good part of the month and a half, putting together the larger granular stuff, but what is being presented to you today is more of the high-level initiatives that were identified through this process that are related to each piece of the goal. So we want to make sure that we have consistent structure, clear language, and alignment across all departments. That's what is the next step. We're going to take comments that we hear today, comments that may be coming in after from either yourselves or members of public, working with JGA and Associates on the larger document itself, and then present that later. And as Mr. Hewitt mentioned, again, this aligns with departmental priorities and will be critical to our budget planning process and has been critical up to this date right now. And as we develop the CIP projects and we look towards what we're going to be doing in the next 2 years, we've been using this as a framework to make sure that those are top priority projects in the next 2-year budget cycle that will be coming before you later as well. So again, we'll finalize this. We'll present a final document to council. We're looking at least by the end of the month, pending no major changes, getting you guys a final draft, the pretty version that will be put together by JGA. You'll have a chance to review that document, provide final input. We'll take that back and then package all that up to you, bring it for an approval. And I think as Mr. Hewitt mentioned, the key piece of this document is that vision statement. This is the first time that we've developed a major comprehensive vision statement from council. And this is the goal. This is the thing that moves us forward, that gives us as staff members that clear direction from you all as council members of where we should be going, what we should be thinking about when we develop our priorities in our projects, and how we're going to execute those to make sure that those do align with this type of document, your vision statement overall. And then in 2 years, we do it again to make sure that we're all aligned and we keep everything going, and it's just a constant ball and keeps everybody on their toes and keeps plans moving forward. So again, this tool will be used to monitor initiatives. We're going to be tracking our milestones. So going into that granular piece that you don't see today, but is for tracking internally, is we'll see who's responsible for it, whether that's person or department. There's generally timelines associated with that, and that's what we're all working out right now. There's some barriers that we've identified too with some of these initiatives. Like anything, not everything's going to go through without a hitch. There will be ones here and there, and we'll figure them out and we'll move past with them. So let's dive right into it. So we got goal number 1 was facilities, transportation, and infrastructure. And in this one we used community development, water, wastewater, utilities, Christopher, and we engaged with David Licaro, Public Works team, and Mark with the airport to look at this holistic approach. And as Mr. Huat mentioned, there's going to be things in here that tie all into master plans, departmental studies, and strategies, but then there are one-offs here and there as things have come up or we anticipate will come up in the next 2 years. I think one of the important ones that comes out of here is implement priority projects identified in the traffic signal master plan. There's been a lot of discussion at council and within the public to tie in a system that helps our traffic signals work in unison for emergency vehicles. So you got the fiber that builds into this, you got other aspects of traffic signalization, maintenance and repairs and upgrades that will all play into this piece of the plan. So while you see this component in the initiative, there's other pieces that will build into this. And if you're okay, I'll just kind of, do you want to do questions while we go? Okay.
I have a question.
Yep.
David, I've got a question. Go ahead, Chris.
Who's first?
Go ahead, Val. Let Val do it first. Go ahead.
Thank you. All those look like they're all kind of related to traffic signals. So if I was a constituent and I'm looking at facilities, transportation, infrastructure, I'm thinking roads. And I know traffic signals will take part of roads, but where do we prioritize fixing our roads?
Yeah, we got to.
Why do we need 1, 2, 3, 4 steps for traffic signals?
We can add more roads. Yeah,
I mean,
no, good
see,
call.
like 1.1 should be implement priority projects in the traffic signal master plan, but you're breaking it down.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm concerned about roads, but I'm also, are we going to spend that much time and money on traffic signals? We've been working on traffic signals for the last couple of years now. We're still going to, so we're going to work on it 2 more years?
Probably. Yeah, that's going to be a long-term project, just with all the components that go into it. But yeah, we'll probably see traffic signals continue on past year too. But I hear you with the roads projects. We'll work on implementing some of those into this one as well.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Go, Tim Gregory.
Yeah, David?
Yes, sir.
So I hear what you're saying, but I think 1.1.5 needs to go to the top of the list.
1.1.5.
Because it's the implement of the five-year roadway treatment plan and Measure I-24 initiatives, fixing the roads. And to me, the signals are more augmenting. So if we're going to do a priority process, I think that needs to move to the top.
I think, yeah, that's definitely right. Especially the traffic signalization, that's low-hanging fruit, so to speak, compared to the big one, right?
Perfect.
But along with that, I would say 1.4 should be 1.2 then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because those two go together very much closer than the others.
I think they're all important, but I think
Yeah.
the main push for our goal should be for the main reason to fix our roads.
Perfect. Great suggestions.
And whatever Measure I-24 initiatives means, is that for renewing the I-24 itself? Should that be in there?
It's a separate issue.
That's a separate issue.
It's a good point.
It should be
Yeah.
somewhere in that process.
I'll just jump in real quick. This is all good feedback. I think, the feedback was welcome, and we're happy to take it. In this case, yes, we had, streets listed. I don't believe these were necessarily in priority order. I understand the need to, wanting to push them up top and see it up top. We can make those changes. What I would suggest is maybe we can get through kind of the big picture, and then if you want to go goal by goal, we can, but I think we've got quite a few different areas to cover this evening to at least start the conversation. I was hoping to give you a broad overview, and then we're happy to kind of discuss at a high level anything you want to talk about, but I want to make sure we have ample time, because I know we've got six
Yeah,
or six.
Chris,
six or
I was going to
seven.
suggest, this is almost, what we're doing here is almost like a workshop kind of thing, where you're trying to do the presentation on what you presented, but maybe we have some time to invest in it.
This was, and I'm sorry if I didn't, this was meant to introduce the goals for the year. And so the process would be, we're introducing the goals tonight. We could have gone, this is meant to introduce the goals tonight. The intent was then to come back on May 5th, and also I think in another meeting before they were adopted, to continue to revise them and get feedback. So it's a progressive process. Again, we're going to be giving you some opportunity over the next few weeks to provide input to staff, and we're going to coalesce that feedback in a future document.
Okay.
The format that we did in November was awesome. We took a morning, and that's all we did.
Yep.
And to Mayor Hammond's point, that might be something to consider.
Yeah.
As we evolve, let's just give us a couple hours on a day
Exactly.
and just work on this. But yeah, I hear what you're saying about we'll nitpick you to death. We absolutely will. And if we just know that we're going to come back.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilmember. That's, yeah, because what we wanted to do is, the work that you did was to provide direction on like 6 goal areas and some sub-focus areas. What now we're getting into is much more detail. And I think we went back and forth internally, just to be very open and transparent with the council. We went back and forth internally in terms of how best to present quite a bit of information in a format and a process that's going to be productive. And one of the things that really I wanted to do was to really share with you the compilation of the work that staff has started to work on, understanding that if the council so desires, we're happy to siphon off a special workshop to short workshop to go down. We're happy to work in scheduling that. There I don't think was a real good way necessarily to dive into 6 goal areas with multiple sub-goal areas.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of work that we're trying to get done, so.
Chris Beal.
I think it is sort of a dilemma, like at what level we should be reviewing and providing feedback in terms of what we were just presented with during our 10-minute break, right? And so now we're just trying to digest all of this.
Wow.
I know for me, I prepared on the 2-page buckets of information, which is completely different than, not completely different, but my preparation doesn't necessarily apply to your presentation. And I think for context, it's important for us to remember and for the community to know, to remind everyone through this presentation what our vision statement is, right? Because that is the guiding framework from which all of this came out, and should be the guiding framework which informs how we are looking at the different initiatives in what will become our 2-year plan. And I went back and listened to our workshop that we had, just to refresh. I was like, I think I have a sense, but I needed to, refresh my memory. There was so much consensus and agreement from the 5 of us in terms of like opportunity, working families, young people, making sure that they have a chance and can have a good life like we did. And that was echoed by the consultant when he came back to us to sort of reflect what he learned during our interview session. So I think as we need to probably think about what the most productive way is for us to spend our information, but we also need to be laser focused on what we agreed upon in terms of our vision statement.
I think, David, I know you're trying to get through this. Why don't we, if you could, let's just go hit all the topics, the headings.
Sure.
And maybe drop down a couple that you think are very important for us to kind of concentrate on, but to get through it. I really like the way it's laid out. It's very detailed, but.
It is. Well, as you said, there's a lot to cover in this, and there's a lot to capture in the vision statement and where council wants to go for the growth of the city. Absolutely. Okay, yeah, let's jump into 1.2. This one of the main objectives was stormwater and drainage infrastructure management. In 1.3, we looked at public facilities infrastructure planning and improvement. And then 1.4, this is where we really focus on the airport. We got some spaceport information in there, other stuff, other strategy steps that were included come from the ASIP, which is the Airport Capital Improvement Plan that we work through every year with the FAA to make sure that that's reflected. Another big one was the enhanced airport security planning implementation so that we have clear boundaries of where the airport lies. That was a previous initiative that council approved recently to have the airport security fencing plan implemented and put in place. So we still felt that was a very important initiative to put in here, get that done in the next 2 years, move on to the next goals. And then we roll into goal 2, which was public safety with police and the fire department. They were very happy to do this. The chief's still back there. These guys are busy. They got some plans for the next 2 years. It was hard keep tampering them down to say we can't include all of this in the plan, but great initiatives coming out of public safety. You can see strengthen organizational capacity and infrastructure for both departments. Big one, construct a training classroom at the Public Safety Training Center. Both agree that that is pivotal to keeping officers, firefighters, well-trained, up-to-date on all the standards and having a good usable space to do that rather than having to outsource to other agencies or other areas, pay those rental fees. Let's do it here. Similarly, what the fire department did when we've got the regional training facility for that they're, again, growing that out, using the J20 funds, helping to fund those initiatives, get that done too. Secondly, enhanced training, professional development, and career pathways. The big one I think that came out of here is the police department accreditation. Chief Nord is really looking forward to getting that off the ground and moving. He's going to work heavily with the California Association Agency to get that started. And that is just, if you're not familiar with those accreditation programs, they're huge for departments. They really set standards for procedures, policies, and hold accountability. And they are great programs to have in place and take a lot of time to do it, but it really showcases the department's well-rounded ability to serve the public and maintain and attract and reach, new officers. Secondly, 2.3 was improved financial stewardship and long-term stability. So the big one here is the renewal of Measure J20. So as you know, that expires in 2032, but we would like to try to get that done sooner, and then similarly have it sunsetted like we have with I-24. So that's a big measure, continuing the funding, making sure we have the money to continue doing the projects that we want to do. Next is 2.4, expand community engagement and public communication. Here we got the CERT programs are big on that. Next is 2.5, driven data decision-making and workload analysis. Upgrade the computer-aided dispatch CAD system is probably the biggest one within this objective, is to make sure that that has all that the system is in place, gives the communication across the spectrum, and all the dispatch is able to work in unison on that as well. 2.6, advance EMS public-private partnership development. So you're all familiar with what we're doing with ambulance services, so this rolls into that. And next, we have goal 3. This one was done with the help of Angelica and our homeless services manager, Ashley. There's a lot in this as well. We hear what's going on where council wants to focus on homelessness. How do we meet this demand? How do we help this sector in our community? So there's a lot of different initiatives, our strategies and steps with these objectives. The first one being strengthen homelessness, communication, outreach, and coordination. The next couple ones related to this goal are lengthy like this one, so I would urge you just take a minute to look through those. Probably don't, because we could talk a lot about these different ones. Still a lot of work to do on this home front. Angelica and her team recognize that and have heard the community and are really working diligently to ensure that we check those boxes and we provide the services or programs to the homelessness community as best as we possibly can. So this one was expand affordable housing development and implementation opportunities. Following that is increase access to behavioral health, detox, and substance use services. Once again, several goals identified, strategy steps identified to meet this objective as part of the housing and homelessness goal. And we have implement coordinated public health, safety, and workforce initiatives in priority areas. So we heard this tonight, install the fencing in targeted locations to make sure that there's safe locations for this population to get to the services that they need rather than putting health and safety at risk by crossing busy roads like 46 and 101. And implement beautification projects. Do the best we can to beautify these areas. Keep our community looking good aesthetically, like what was talked about earlier, Gateway. Making sure people driving through our communities are happy with what they see. And then we jump into goal 4, which is cultural, recreation, and open spaces. The first one was develop a citywide parks, rec, and trails master plan. I've heard this since I've been on, that this is the next big step, is let's get a system in place, let's get a plan that tells us where we need to go. This is obviously a goal that'll go past 2 years, but these are the objective strategies that we've identified that we can confidently get a good hold on, either finish or begin good foothold with in the next 2 years. Following is strengthen recreational services in parks operations. One of the ones on here with, we're still trying to fill that big void from Frida's departure as our public works director. Special events has been a critical aspect that we're managing right now. Once again, Helika and her team are doing an excellent job picking that ball up, trying to figure out, how we can continue this service without Frida. So establish a city special event coordination committee is critical to make sure that we keep these events going, that we can provide the services that event coordinators expect when they come to the city of Paso, and that we have events that both we're happy with as a city and that our community is happy to attend. So we want to make sure we hit all those marks. Next is enhance and expand athletic field capacity. That has been a big one coming out of all the youth fields, all the different sports organizations that we have. We've been talking about it, you've been talking about it, is we've got to hit this need in the community and provide those areas for more people to play. Similarly, with the discussion that we had with Mr. Butterfield in the Ravine, having more opportunities for kids to go out and participate in sports is critical to the happiness and the quality of life in our community. So several different strategies and steps identified in there as well. Next, we got modernize and plan for the future of library services. Since we are the best library services in the county, bar none, and we're doing everything we can to make it even better with, as you heard Casey's presentation earlier, getting awarded, well, not getting awarded, but moving forward in the process for our $1.5 million request for the library redesign. So big on our priority list. We have a number of folks using our library, and we want to continue that and increase usership. So, and Helika did a great job putting together several of these too for that. Goal 5, community and economic development. This was led with Warren and Paul and myself, so a lot of effort between these two gentlemen to make a broad step at what we can put together for strategies that will, number one, provide business retention, attraction, expansion, program implementation. A lot of this does come from the EDSP. So this was approved 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago? The Economic Development Strategic Plan, so I'm not using acronyms. But EDSP, we're still in full force with that one, so a lot of those goals that we still need to complete, you'll see here in strategies for these objectives. Next, we got economic development, marketing, and business attraction. I think big in here is the first one. Develop and implement an economic development, marketing, and branding strategy to support business attraction efforts. That leads into some of the work that Paul's been doing to get videos put together. We've seen some of our other partners like Travel Paso do some excellent videos that they put out there. We want to do the same. So that's a big priority for us. Get that out there, get our name out there, and get branding that is easily identifiable. Next, we got aerospace innovation and technology sector development. Could go on for a while on this one. We are full bore 100% on moving these initiatives forward. And with that comes a lot of other strategies and steps as you see up here to make sure that this next endeavor that we pursue in aerospace and space technology is supported wholeheartedly through our efforts internally to make sure that the companies are being attracted and staying here and that we're getting new companies in. Following that is infrastructure strategy to support diversified economic development. So this goes into just making sure our infrastructure is going to the right places. I think the big takeaway here is that our wet utilities are going in the areas that we see the biggest bang for their buck, that we are seeing development in those areas, working closely with Warren and his team, with the discussions he is having with different developers, and that is just that well-rounded focal point of making sure that we are building and helping to support development growth that makes sense, and that continues to build on our community and continues to build on the successes we've already had. So, and the following is economic development funding and resource strategy. So to do all this, we've got to have funding. So we want to find those funding sources, whether they're through regional, state, or state and industry partners, to ensure we've got the grants or funding opportunities to see these move forward, similar to what we talked about with the Cal Poly $1 million spaceport and technology grant that we're working with currently. We continue to work on those, and we did that today, talking with NASA at our spaceport advisory group, working groups, to make sure that we can find what we can do to move those forward. Next is downtown beautification and public realm enhancement. Here's where we've got the alley beautification project that Mr. Hewitt talked about, forming that ad hoc committee to start beautifying the alleys like Norma's and the other ones that we've talked about previously. But the third one is develop an implementation plan for prioritizing alley improvements, including design, funding, and phasing. So we've seen Warren's intern, the work that he did, so piggybacking on that as well to form those plans. And our last goal is efficient and effective governance. So the first one, and this was done with the help of Mr. Hua and Ryan, our Administrative Services Director as well. First one's enhance website accessibility, compliance, and user experience. So we've got a big milestone to check box by April of 2027 to make sure that our website meets ADA compliance. So we're working heavily with the clerk's office, working with IT to get those changes done and in place so that we can be compliant and have it available for ADA. And there's a lot to that. You'll be hearing more about it in the coming months, but this is a big lift, but we'll be getting it done. So that was in here, included in one of our objectives. Moving next is conduct departmental organizational assessments to improve effectiveness and efficiency, and those are ongoing right now. So we've already started those. The Public Works one they've completed their interviews. We'll be having an update call with them next week, and Warren and his team just finished reviewing the RFP submissions for the community development department assessment. So we're looking forward to moving that one forward too, and those as you know, those are great, they identify the good, the bad, the ugly, and they're a great way to see what we're doing good, how we can do it better, and what the next steps are to move the department forward. So I'm excited to see what comes out of those for Public Works. Is Warren excited? He looks excited. Next is advanced artificial intelligence, integration, and cybersecurity readiness. This is horrible. This is something that we face in local government, where we have these cyber criminals that constantly attack us, and they try to get our data, hold it ransom, and ask cities for a lot of money to get it back. Yeah. So we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can on the IT side to ensure that that does not happen to us, and that we can mitigate those as best as possible, and additionally meet all of our insurance requirements and standards for that compliance too. But more importantly is Mr. Hua. He loves AI, as you can tell in his AI generated PowerPoint that he used earlier this year. But we really want to look at that to help us. I'm calling him out. Yeah, we really want to look at AI as a way to help us with our workloads and give us better ability to utilize the tools available to us. Everybody's using ChatGPT, Perplexity. I don't remember the one that his presentation tool was, but these are great tools for us as an organization to utilize to help us do our jobs better, to present information more clear and transparent to not only you but the public. So the goal here is really, how do we use it in a smart way? How do we develop policies and procedures, or as we call our bumpers, to make sure that we don't go off in a way that would get us in trouble, and then we have to call Liz. So this is an important goal area for us moving forward. Next, we want to strengthen public information outreach and community engagement, and that means onboarding a management analyst with PIO expertise to lead coordinated communication efforts. Mr. Huat has been very clear. We got to tell our story. We got to get our story out there, and we're behind the 8 ball, and let's get this out. As I mentioned earlier, doing videos for economic development, but, getting the video out for coffee with the city. So those that can't come, they can go online and view it. We just got to get better behind that, get our PIO put together, get our procedures in place, and move forward with that. So really excited to get this one going. Next, we want to modernize employee performance management and personnel policies. So we need to update those old employee rules and regs. As a new hire recently, the 1984 handbook needs a dusting off. So we need to work on that, get that going so that we're matching today's day and age and what's going on. Continue coordination with labor unions on performance evaluations, and just generally update the evaluation forms, make them easier to use so that the staff can move forward with the process, less cumbersome, and we'll adapt to it better. It's always important that it makes it easy for staff so that we can roll through it faster and know that it's not going to be a big, old, cumbersome process. And I believe this is our last one, conducted comprehensive employee benefits comparative analysis. And that one, I'm lost on that one, so I'm gonna defer to Mr. Huat on that one.
Yeah, I can jump in and provide a little context. So it's been several years since the city has gone out and really done a deep dive on our insurance programs in particular, those benefits that are provided to our employees. And so typically what cities will do is go out to market or use, with the assistance of an expert, go out to market and determine, are we getting the best deal? Is there additional value to be had? Does our buying power allow us to do something that we're not currently doing? It's a best practice. It's something that a lot of cities will do. It's not something that we've done in many years. And so this was an opportunity to undertake that much needed review of those benefits for prospective cost savings, benefit enhancement, additional value, et cetera. With that, if you don't mind, I can just wrap up and go from there, because I think we're pretty much done. So again, I know tonight there was a lot of information. I recognize that. I know it's late in the evening. I know that we still want to get some initial public feedback tonight. A couple things. Tonight is not the end all be all. We're going to have several bites at the apple. I hear loud and clear that we want to spin off a separate discussion, it sounds like, if I'm getting all the feedback. To set aside a few hours, standalone time to dig in a little bit more, and we're happy to do that. We wanted to get some of that direction tonight from the council to determine if you wanted to do that. That was kind of on our to-do list to ask you about this evening. So with that, again, we're looking to refine these to a point where the council will consider adoption of the goals for your upcoming budget cycle. Again, we then will want to make sure that our budget and the goals align and are in unison, so we have the appropriate resources aligned with the appropriate goals to make things happen for you the next 2 years. And with that, again, move through a lot tonight. We're happy to answer any questions, dive into any one thing in more detail this evening. Obviously, we want to get public feedback from those that are in the audience today, but then we're happy to look to have a standalone discussion in the not-too-distant future. With that, I think that concludes our presentation for this evening.
We'll go council questions first. I have one real quick I'd like to get either David or Chris. Under the strategies and steps of each objective, did you prioritize any of those in any particular order, or are you just throwing them out there at this point, right? You just
throwing them out there at this point.
You get them on paper and we can disperse.
Yep, that's where we're at right now with the process. Is we've just got these out on paper, we listen them down, then we've done more granular work across the board on objectives, responsible parties, timelines. No particular priority order in them whatsoever.
No, I think this is a great layout the way you have it set. There's a lot here, obviously, and I think either 2-2-1s or because I'm worried about each one of us taking a lot of time to get this information back to the two of you. Maybe we can do a 2-2-1 or whatever, where we can get more information back to you as quick as we can, because I think you're trying to get this done in the next 3 meetings, right?
Yeah, we typically, in the past, have taken about a month and a half to develop goals. So we're on track with what we've done previously.
Yeah.
I think we've just taken a different approach on how we're structuring and organizing the goals.
Okay. Other questions, council? Pro Tem Gregory?
So, Chris and Dave, I'll ask you both the same question. How do we condense the goals? Is it like 6.5 is a good example? It all should be under HR's goals, you know? And if you're going to present this in a public way for our overall city goals, we have to be able to have a condensed version of what we're talking about with a little bit of background for each of the, I call them mini subjects. But for anybody to understand the goals, we have to have understandable goals.
Sure.
And what's going on?
So I do believe that as we refine the document that'll be presented to you, there will be a little bit more context and information. This was pulling out
The
essentially
detail.
the summary
Yep.
of those goals. But for like 6.5, for example, there'll be an opportunity, I think, to provide some narrative around what that is, and we're happy to do that.
I don't necessarily mean this as a criticism, just more of an observation from like Councilmember Beal. I too went back and looked at the November notes. I think there are 30 bullet points, each with multiple points. The mission creep that has crept in, not all of these are council goals that were discussed in November. So we have an addition, and I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing, it's just an observation thing today of I'm going to assume it's staff input on what council should be considering. If we refine it back to only council goals, I think that from November, that would be to our detriment. I think there's a lot of good things in here. There's not really a good way for me to prioritize the way I'm used to prioritizing things without seeing the cost. And I know it's hard for you to generate a cost without going through a lot of this, and then only to have us discard those as a goal. That would be counterproductive. So somewhere in this process, where do we start prioritizing? Would be wonderful to be able to do all of this, but to be honest with you, there's no way we can get this done in 2 years.
Yeah.
They're long-term goals. So some of these are going to be short-term, mid-term, long-term goals. And maybe we come back when in our part of our processing, we try to establish what can we do now? We have the money to do this. The road fund, for example, the road improvements.
Sure.
We know we have I-24 to make that work. We can prioritize that. It would be interesting to see what staff's interpretation of what we really should be considering that we didn't.
So on the roads item in particular, and again, this is the type of discussion we wanted to have, just using that as an example. So implement the 5-year roadway treatment plan and measure I-24 initiatives. The language can be updated, but essentially what we're saying there is we are going to take your 5-year CIP plan that you already had approved for roads and essentially identify that as a goal. That's one of the, so the dollars, for that plan essentially have more or less already been approved by the council, pending the budget adoption, but you've already looked at the 5-year plan and blessed that, and we're just going to roll that forward. I understand it is a little bit of the chicken or the egg for goals, and it will take, there will be a convergence of these two during the budget process. So you're right, we can't go through and cost estimate every one of these right now, but we will be merging these with the budget process, and your final goals and the budget are intent, those two documents align. I understand what you're looking for, and
It's almost, it's great. Sorry. It's a great document, and I don't want it to become overwhelming to the point where you can't succeed at it.
Absolutely.
I want to be successful with it. I want staff to be really successful with it.
And just for context too, and I don't have it committed to ultimate memory, but I know last year, the last 2-year budget cycle, we had 6 goal areas. I think there were around 44 goals, and then there were several action items in those goals. So we're not too far away, I think, from the level of detail. I think some of this, obviously, there's some feedback and some massaging we need to do here. But just for context, last year, we strategically moved to a little bit more of a detail-oriented kind of goals document, which
Yeah,
helps
true.
staff, take, again, those big picture goals that you all had and narrow them down into actionable items that we felt met what you were trying to achieve. But this feedback is very helpful. And
The analogy, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? This is a big elephant.
It
There
is.
are an awful lot
We're
of
very
bites on
ambitious.
this.
Well,
It's good.
what I was going to mention too, I think that, to me, if I was an employee, this is perfect. I mean, he's down in the weeds, understanding, he's taking 6 major goals, breaking them down, and how am I going to achieve each
Right.
one of those?
Yeah.
And these action items here, are basically, they're asking us to, what do you think, kind of a
See,
thing.
and that's what I was going to get at. This is far more than just a budget document. This is a psychological document for how the attitude of the employee is. This is a personal work plan and how you are going to go do your work and what you're trying to accomplish. So this is far more comprehensive. And I looked through this and I'm thinking, goal 4, well, develop a citywide parks recreation in conjunction with regional and statewide goals and plans, or just internal. I look at the next one, community and economic development. Right away, I think HCED. It's a committee of the League of California Cities, where they included housing along with this and tried to integrate all of those factors. And I can go through different areas here. There's another one back here that I specifically had marked. Oh, here. Conduct a comprehensive employee benefits comparative analysis, internal, regional, statewide, or national. I mean, there's a lot of different aspects of this on how it could be applied. Because if you're trying to do it to attract employees, or you're just trying to do it to equalize the employees within our own city, it all depends upon how you're going to use that particular thing. So, yeah, this does need a workshop. This isn't something we can do at a city council meeting.
Well, okay, let's, go ahead, Chris. Yeah, finish up.
Actually, I had some kind of material content things to discuss, right? So I agree that this is eventually going to be a very, very helpful document to develop the budget and then also to direct staff. I mean, the work that we're doing here is very important. And sort of comparing what we talked about during the vision session, what has come up at other council meetings, what was involved in the attachments provided by the agenda. I just want to bring up a couple of things. I have more, so I think, I don't know if 221s are the right thing, but I want to make sure I say some of this with the full group as my witness. Let's see, on public safety, there's talk about like expanding community engagement and public communication. I know that engagement was something that came up in the standards of cover care. Why do I always get that wrong? Anyway, in the recommendations that were put forward. And in terms of like wildfire mitigation, education, and then CERT, I think those are really important, obviously. But also, I think the work that Captain Porter did with promotores in terms of doing fire safety education is also important, and the need for sort of developing and enhancing the relationships with these other organizations to help our capacity, to help make sure that everyone's safe. So I would add that. In terms of public safety and, training, professional development, I would, oh, here they come. Is it an emergency? Or are you coming forward to speak? I would just add that I think it's important that we think about our public safety sort of looking like the people that they represent. So I don't know what sort of effort or intention is made in terms of recruiting women or bilingual speakers. I think it's important that we have a mix of people serving us, and I think there's value to the community. Let's see. Go ahead, Chief.
I was just going to add that these are broad goals, and just remember that police and fire have just started the strategic plan process, and we're going to have internal and external stakeholders, as well as community meetings for input. So we will be able to address all that, and we'll have them as objectives and tasks, just like our last plan. So there's an opportunity for that.
You're speaking my language.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
In terms of housing, and I think this is important, and I'm not sure, I might have been reading when he talked about it, so it's 3.2. It talks about affordable housing here, and I want to know if the intent was to address housing along all levels of the, all income levels of the spectrum, or if we're just talking about, by definition, you know, ultra low or low income. What the intent was with using the word affordable. That's Dr. Fraze.
So I think 3.2, that's, you know, your multifamily accelerator program from the EDSP. So that would be rental housing. So I think that's primarily going to be in the moderate income category. I think anything below moderate, which is low, very low, that falls into the tax credit category. I think we have another section that talks about collaboration with like the Housing Authority and other like nonprofits. That's where we're going to hit those categories. And then I think we've also mentioned the Housing Constraints Committee. They continue to be kind of a sounding board in terms of maybe, you know, where to prioritize efforts and whatnot. So I think that's kind of the overall approach to hitting the different categories.
That's very helpful. I know some people use the words interchangeably, and so I just wanted to make sure I was clear on your intent when you use the words. So I think, you know, it does sort of refer to Housing Authority and tax credit developers. I don't want it to only refer to that. We have other possible partners that kind of play special roles in this puzzle that we have in terms of Habitat for Humanity, People's Self-Help. I mean, I know you've been speaking with the Affordable Housing Trust people, and I think that's good. I just want to make sure that it's not exclusive to the people that are written down there.
Yeah, the intent is to cast a broad net.
And then I've talked about this before, but I think one of our challenges is we get kind of projects one by one, right? A project comes to DRC, and then it goes to Planning Commission, sometimes it comes to us. And I've seen presentations on the pipeline, and I know that we're due to do sort of an updated RENA, but I'm not sure if RENA is the only measure of kind of the quality and the type of housing inventory that we have as a city, and, you know, answering the question, are we developing the housing that the people need?
Don't forget manufactured versus stick-built.
That's right.
That's another factor to consider.
Again, I think for all of us to be on the same page, right? So council gets presented different information maybe than Housing Constraints does. Maybe it's a different context that Planning Commission sees. We're all sort of seeing different pieces. I think it would be helpful for all of us to be together. Let's see here. Okay, economic development. I don't see the topic of local procurement down, and that came up both at the vision session, it was in the attachment, and there was significant consensus among us when we had the presentation from the workforce development. So I want to make sure that that doesn't get lost. And I'm also not seeing child care, and it is like the month of the child. So I'm sure that was just a...
We'll get it in there. Yep.
That's great.
That's a good catch. Thank you.
And then here's another I'll stop with this. But this is important. These are our 2-year goals, right?
They are.
So
Oh,
it's my
absolutely.
turn. I appreciate kind of the attention towards engagement and good governance and developing trust. I appreciate in the attachment that there was a reference to multilingual. I think the city's come a long way with our partnerships and the meetings that we're having with different organizations. We had concurrent translation in the food truck meeting. That was all good governance. That all helped us to do a better job to serve the people that we're trying to serve. So I am concerned that the multilingual piece didn't get carried forward in this. And it doesn't have to be specific to that, because I actually think that's too limiting. You know, if our vision is around helping working families, helping the next generation, then we probably need to hear from them. And if that doesn't happen on its own, I know it's a hard constituency to reach because they're working and they have kids, but it is incumbent upon us to find a way to get input and feedback, to have that age group from 25 to 50, 25 to 55 represented somehow. And I mean, I might have missed it reading the fine print.
Well, no, I think that ties back into the piece about this management analyst in the PIO and creating more of a broader PIO so that we can reach those audiences more effectively through different uses of medium, whether that be posting videos in bilingual language on the website and then having somebody that can capture that feedback that we're receiving. That's helpful. And that's reaching out, because just like you said, they can't come here to a meeting because they're working, they have kids to take care of at the end of the night. Or if they're able to watch the meeting, have an outlet to provide comments to, or watch an educational video on a program that we're doing in the city, and have that outlet to provide that comment, somebody on the internal to receive that, then we're capturing that audience and we're getting their feedback.
We have a lot of people in our community that don't participate here, and a lot of them don't want to. That's fair enough. But I think there's some that would. But they don't get the daily news, they're not on Facebook, right? They receive information in different ways. And if we are to be true to our vision that we all agreed upon, then it is important that we are intentional about how we get that feedback. So, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from council at this point? Let's open it up to the public and get their input if we can. Come forward, if you would. Bill, looks like you're up.
It's Bill.
Hi, Bill Britton, 1633 Lea Way. First of all, a question. The question is, and you've talked about it a little bit, but feedback. What is the prescribed methodology for feedback associated with the goals and objectives? And I think you have a little commingling of strategy and goals and strategic planning, so it's causing some confusion. And I think in specific entities such as the Airport Commission, who could be a really good source for additional input and comment to be added, and Planning Commission and other commissions that are serving you today in those capacities could be refined and help you out with those development of those things. Secondarily, a caution and warning is what we used to call it in the Air Force. And that's around the area of information management versus information technology. So you're traipsing around the ancient history of information technology, which is the technology necessary to execute certain things. Information management is the use of data, it's the use of translation capabilities, it's the cybersecurity. You're talking about a completely different construct than the city currently has today. You're going to have to rethink completely what that means in order to execute your entire strategy, because what you have designed today fits 1970 for information technology, not 2026. So just a thought piece in information management with the right kinds of resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Sawyer Sackett, 510 9th Street here in Paso. So I've lived here for the majority of my life, and over the last decade or so, I've really seen housing prices almost double compared to about 10 years ago. And I feel that as a lifelong resident, my chances of attaining a home in this area are becoming smaller and smaller with each passing year. So paramount amongst my concerns for this city is to see an increase in the quantity and diversity of types of housing. I plan to get married next year here, and my fiance and I, when we start planning our lives and thinking about the next several years, I find myself looking at the cost of housing in this area and wondering if I'm going to be able to afford to raise my future kids here. And since we've recently only started building more housing in this city, I think it's fair to say we as a city and a community have a lot of catching up to do for the last 15 years of kind of stagnant home building market. Moreover, we can't allow ourselves to get caught up in just building single-family style housing. Accelerating multifamily and ADU types of housing is incredibly crucial to helping just housing be more affordable to everyone. Paso is going to continue growing, and it's something that we're going to have to prepare for. As people from the northern and southern metropolitan areas flock to the small communities like Paso, we desperately need housing to be a top priority. I'd also encourage the City Council to take note from San Luis Obispo City Council and many other municipalities here in California who recently approved rental registries for their cities so they can make educated, data-driven decisions on housing. You really can't solve a problem you can't see, and taking inventory of the amount and types of housing available for rent in this community will allow the city to create plans that will withstand that test of time. As a younger member of the community, I also believe that prioritizing so-called third spaces, areas that aren't home or work, but are rather places like parks, libraries, community centers, is really essential for a connected and inclusive community. Places where community members can gather and connect without the expectation of spending money. And younger members of the community often have much less disposable income to be able to rent out spaces for their interest groups. And having community centers where they can reserve space to get more of their cohorts involved will only serve to benefit the community at large. I truly believe that every dollar spent fostering the ability for our locals to engage with their community will pay dividends for decades to come. Additionally, prioritizing alternative methods of transportation around the city, such as cycling, buses, is becoming increasingly important. I've on and off been a cyclist in Paso for about 15 years, and back when I started cycling, once I got my first nice new commuter bike, I was subsequently hit by a car twice in the same week in Paso. This was like 10 years ago. We have more bike lanes now, but that's something that has been really amazing for me to see, is like the integration of biking infrastructure in Paso to make it easier. If I was living over at Blue Oak, over by Alegreto, commuting downtown to my restaurant gig. So it's been cool to see that, and I hope we continue to see that. Thanks for listening to me. I have a upset fiance at home because I'm here too late, so I'm going to skedoodle.
You are excused. Thank you.
I'll be quick. I have a whole thing, but I'm not even going to read it. I'm Maggie Payne. Hi again. I am here now as the coordinator of the Uplift Childcare Coalition. So the coalition is funded through Uplift Central Coast as part of the California Jobs First initiative. It's a regional project that is reinforcing childcare as an integral component of economic mobility to ensure that there will be an equitable and thriving Central Coast economy. So Uplift spans from Santa Cruz all the way down to Ventura. And in a regional report that Uplift released, childcare was identified as a critical economic mobility strategy for our region, which is actually what led to the establishment and funding for our coalition. So the city of Paso has already been a leader in acknowledging childcare as a key component of economic mobility, including it in the Economic Development Strategic Plan and also through a partnership with CAPSLO's Child Care Resource Connection. So in the vision you've been talking about, it states a diverse economy and quality jobs that empower every generation to build their future here in Paso Robles. Childcare is now widely recognized as a foundational element of a thriving economy and workforce, and Goal 5 is where it re-articulates that priority. We're just asking you to please include childcare as a bulleted initiative under this goal. I'm also really excited, this is another big thing. Our coalition is in the early phases of launching the Central Coast Child Care Land Use Initiative. This effort is designed to advance child care access by partnering with and providing technical assistance to city and county planning departments to improve local land use policies related to child care capacity and promote co-location of child care with housing. So we really hope that Paso Robles will be involved and participate in this initiative. Uplift Child Care Coalition, as coordinated by First 5, San Luis Obispo County, we are ready to partner with the city as we move forward in pursuing a stronger future for our community. And also, really quick, the last goal, 6.5, 6.6, or that talking about personnel and employee policies and things, highly recommend the SLO County Family Friendly Workplaces program to come in and do a bit of an audit of the family-friendly policies. They're really great at showing low-hanging fruit where employers are able to offer really great family-friendly benefits without having to invest too much into it. So just a recommendation. Thank you all so much. Yes?
Could I get your name again?
Oh, Maggie Payne.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Okay, great. Thanks for coming for the proclamation, too.
Yes, thank you all so much.
You bet. Welcome.
Kim Reiner, 1211 Shadowwood Way. I just have a couple pieces of input. In Goal 4, you have done such a great job as a city providing a robust offering of recreational opportunities for the seniors in our city. As a parent of a young adult with disabilities, we have a void there in access to that segment of our population. My son has to travel to San Luis Obispo to find opportunities that are able to meet his needs. It would be really lovely if we considered, as we grow those opportunities, how we can include members of our community that maybe need support in that access. Also, goal number 5, I've spent the better part of my career as an educator and administrator in the Paso Robles School District system. So I'm very proud of the work that Paso's done with partnering with Cuesta College for a career and technical education pathway for young adults who would love to work in the early childhood education sector. And it would be really lovely if our city could also partner in those efforts so that we would be able to provide a pathway to develop and grow for all of our young people who really are looking for a way to support their own small businesses in that area. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Shana Paulson. I'm the director of the Child Care Resource Connection, which is a program of the Community Action Partnership of San Luis Obispo. We recently, maybe 2 years ago, started having staff at our office at 704 Spring Street. That was an important move for us. 30% of the children we serve in the county reside in Paso Robles. 50% of the families who are income eligible for child care and we can't serve them also reside in Paso Robles. So I'm here tonight to let you know a little bit about our work and how it connects to the work you're doing this evening. At the Child Care Resource Connection, we're working to increase access to quality early learning and child care options in communities throughout the county. And so to do that, we engage in a number of different activities. So we help people find child care, helping them navigate this complex system and find that good match. We work to assist with child care payments. So last year throughout the county, we distributed over $16 million on behalf of families. You heard earlier the cost burden of child care is significant for families in our area. Within Paso Robles alone, we distributed over $4 million to local child care businesses to serve children in our community. And then we also help with child care business startup and also business retention. So we're working to build more options and choices for children in our community. We had the opportunity to connect with your city manager and your economic development manager. And at your May meeting, we'll be sharing information about our child care slot expansion study. So I'm excited to dive into that with you and give you some more information. But for tonight, I wanted to remind you that in your economic development plan process, you convened stakeholders and they said that childcare was a critical need. And so I just want to encourage you as you're moving through this planning process, just to echo Maggie's statement that we encourage you to include childcare as one of the initiatives you consider as you're building more in the future. So thank you so much for acknowledging the important role, I think, now I'm going to ramble at you, I'm sorry, it's getting late, but Childcare is a critical part of your economic vitality, but it's also an important part of your community's vitality, right? It's helping parents go to work and children thrive. So thanks for remembering them as you move forward.
Thank you. Yeah. Welcome.
Hello. All right. Hello. I was going to say good morning. It's not. It's not even close.
Almost, not yet.
Not even
Yeah, get there.
close. Hi, my name is Rochelle Bollet. I am the coordinator of our county's Early Care and Education Planning Council. I'm housed at the County Office of Education, and we serve as an advisory around all things early care and education, child care, preschool, daycare, whatever you'd like to call it. We use the same terms. And we serve to support our county in all of those resources. One of the things I want to start off with saying thank you for all of the work you are doing right now. For me, this was a fantastic show, better sitcom than I could have ever had. Just to be able to watch the democratic process happen for all of our citizens is amazing. And to know that this exists, right? We can argue over trees and where easements go and all of those pieces, but the fact that this place exists to have these conversations and the fact that you as elected officials and staff are here hearing those conversations and guiding them is amazing. So when I come here and I get to talk on behalf of the almost 3,200 children, 0 to 10, that live in Paso Robles, that's where I get to come and speak on their behalf. They're not going to come out here. We could have them. We could bring them all out, right? Let them all run around. They'll probably crash in a minute. But that would be a fantastic thing. What do you want here? More stuff. But I think that's amazing that we have this opportunity, and I would love to be able to just reiterate my colleagues and thinking about how we can, and we, I say all of us as leaders and adults in this community, think about our children. I, bless you, appreciate that, I appreciate the fact that your vision statement included really talking about how every generation can build their future here. Sawyer, I don't even know him, but was like, wow, love it, congratulations on getting engaged. Then I'm like, well, are you gonna have a family? Think about that too. Childcare is gonna be the next on that list. But thinking about where people think that can happen. Can they put roots down here and actually live here? And the children that are here when we're thinking about all of this work. So again, I would love to just echo all of my colleagues in encouraging you to think about children as you're coming through all of these. Yes, traffic lights matter. Yes, trees matter. Yes, our parks matter. Yes, our public safety matters. And so do our children as we're thinking all of this. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here tonight. I have enjoyed myself. I just want to say that. This has been amazing. And I know you guys get the opportunity to do this often, but it really just warms my heart to know that our city government, our government in general, cares enough to sit here on a Tuesday night and have these conversations on behalf of all of our citizens. So thank you.
Thank you for the accolades. Thank you very much for sticking through this too. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. Anyone online? We do have somebody.
I have Linda George online.
Okay. Linda, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. So I think it's so wonderful that the city is getting oriented and having goals. I just want to say that when I worked at Ag News, I was a psychiatric technician, and all I wrote was behavioral plans for 12 years. And the problem, if it's really a problem, is that goals need to be short-term and long-term. And if you're going to do it with the budget, they need to be measurable. So what are you going to count as success when you make a goal? So if it's a 2-year budget, then what can you do in 1 year and make that a short-term goal, 2 years, et cetera? And as far as I'm concerned, public safety handles public safety very well on their own. I don't think that they need to be included other than just govern to see if their goals are good. I don't know what anyone could put into what Chief Stornetta already has planned, and or Chief Nord. But I did want to say this final point, which is in a few months,
that room's going to look different. There'll be a different mayor. With the grace of God, there'll be another District 1 person in that seat. And with the grace of God, Chris Bausch will still be in District 2. So as you guys venture into writing these goals, please keep in mind that someone else in just a few months is going to have to pick these up and take them and continue to work on them. So if they're short and measurable, you'll have far more success than just having all these ideas. And then the last thing I want to say is in the 3.0 objectives, I really want to insert my pitch for the rent stabilization ordinance. I think that's highly important because that is going to help subsidies make a big difference and help people stay in housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council for discussion. Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd just like to thank that those four ladies that represent our youth and our community in every way for bringing up all the different topics and how important children are to our goals and to our infrastructure and to our life here in Paso Robles. After working through a long meeting like this, it's always so wonderful to hear four caring voices come up and share that with us. So thank you, and I'm sure our city manager is going to take heed on this and make sure you're well covered in our goals. So I just want to thank you all for speaking up. So that's my comment.
Okay. Fred?
I'd like to echo that to some extent, but also to add to it, that's why we try to think 40 to 50 years ahead in some of our planning, because that is what they will have to live with. And that's why it's so important that we make very careful decisions now and do the preliminary work necessary for them to continue it on and have a successful life. And that's why we also take in our oath of office the phrase, and leave the city a better place than we found it. And that's what we're trying to do here. Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you. Yeah, I would echo Fred and Steve's comments. Thank you for sticking around and sharing your thoughts. As a father of 5, and our adult children are now starting to have children of their own, and seeing their struggles with daycare, it's far worse today than it was when they were growing up. So I think there is a good partnership with someone's from the County Office of Education. So, we're starting to see TK become a reality. I think there's a good opportunity to coordinate with our school liaison, with Cuesta, with our Bear Kitten program over at the high school. I would be interested to hear what your thoughts are, what you think the cities can do to enhance what the state is already trying to do and what local school districts are empowered to do. They've got the budget to make that happen. But it would be a good conversation to have with them. So thank you for that. As far as our strategic work plan implementation update, very comprehensive. Thank you to everybody that put this together. It is something to look forward to as a blueprint of what is possible, but trying to get it done on a city council meeting, I think we've already said enough about that. Having it as a separate workshop makes a lot more sense. Thank you for your work in this.
Okay. Councilmember Beal.
I just want to share my observation how valuable having different types of people weighing in at the meetings is. Even with Sawyer, talking about his kind of challenges and upcoming challenges with purchasing a home, learning about different things related to childcare, that makes us better. That helps us make better decisions and to be true with our vision statement. So, I think people get information in different ways. People find out about these meetings in different ways. And it's so important for us to be intentional about trying to broaden the type of input and the participation that we get. In terms of where does the city come in with childcare, I know it's a little weird, right? I mean, we really are thinking about it differently from a city jurisdiction. There's a lot of work happening in this. No one here is suggesting that the city would open up a little center, you know? That is not what it looks like. But where the city comes in has to do with like planning, zoning, permitting. There's a lot of low-hanging fruit in the arena that the city can do to help make it easier, facilitated, faster, et cetera, et cetera. And I think tonight is also a good example of where the partnerships come in. There are people in the world that know a lot more about these things than we do. We have people in the audience who have worked with other cities. They know what's working, they know what's not. They can make our job easier. So I think it was a long meeting, and, you know, congratulations everyone for sticking it out. We should have a prize, by the way. But I think we are better because of it and learning from these other people that have different life experiences than we do. Thank you.
So Chris, my points are, I think this is the layup and how you have the objectives and the strategy and steps to accomplish it. So you're basically definitely getting down to the roots of every one of these, and that's what I really appreciate. And I think it's certainly a way to measure. We had a comment about measurable kind of results. I think what I would like to see, given the time frame that we have going on here, is there a way that we can get, I think I heard already, like, you know, public safety is going to be working on a part of this, housing, and community development. Those folks that we have committees or commissions or whatever attached to those kind of divisions, can we take that section and get them to bounce off a little bit of information as well? I mean, that would help, I think, getting the people that we really hear from a lot back to the council for direction or thoughts, you know, that we can mull over faster. I'm just concerned that this is going to extend out so far. That, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have two thoughts on that. Thank you, Mayor. One is, as we mentioned at the start of the presentation, a lot of what's in here is things that have been reviewed and approved. And I said really by council, but in a lot of cases, those items have made their way through in some form or fashion, not all, but in some form or fashion, to your advisory bodies somewhere along the line to provide review and approval. Again, not everything, but a lot of it. Mm-hmm. And then in terms of new things that are being added or where we're going to be revisiting items, a lot of those will make their way through your advisory bodies again for additional input. At the end of the day, you all set the goals and priorities as a council. I think, you know, it's a lofty goal to try to get all the different feedback from all the different advisory bodies. I think frankly that compresses time very much. But I do think naturally through our process, we are going to be hitting our advisory bodies either already or in the future once these goals are adopted in final form and we start to implement. A lot of these items are coming back to your advisory body. The one that was talked about earlier was like the multifamily accelerator program. Mm-hmm. That has been, I believe, to HCOC and Warren, if I'm not mistaken. Has that been the planning commission or just HCOC?
Just HCOC right now.
Yeah, so that's been to HCOC already. There's opportunities to bring that, say, to the planning commission, but we're already doing that. So those are my initial thoughts, but feedback taken, and we're happy to facilitate that moving forward through our process.
Okay, well, I think, again, this is a work in progress, but again, I think you need to hear, I think individually, if nothing else, you know, in our meetings that we have with you, maybe we, again, kind of go through this and make some adjustments or give some comment back to you at this point.
What I heard collectively tonight, and again, the purpose of this was to introduce this to you and get this feedback, so this is really valuable feedback, is one, you'd like to see a standalone workshop. We can work with you on a date and time that makes sense. If there's consensus that a Saturday morning may be best to get additional participation from folks that may not be able to make it during a weekday, happy to do that. We've done that in the past. I heard potentially the desire to make sure we have translating services to get the proper feedback from the Spanish-speaking population. We're happy to look at that, and then happy to also schedule 2-2-1s as well, just to make sure that we're not missing anything individually.
Okay. Okay, well, this is basically receive and file. I mean, we're going to get back with you on this as far as an item. So unless there's anything further the council wants to add, then I think we're finished with this item, and then we'll move on.
If there's any additional direction, I'm happy to take it, but I do feel like I have enough in terms of where the process is going, to answer your question. And then we can get, again, individual feedback on some of the specific goals as we move forward. But unless you have additional direction, I'm comfortable with what you've set out for us.
So do you feel, so you don't feel like we need a workshop or a 221?
No, I'm
feel
sorry.
okay?
I'm sorry if I wasn't. Yeah, I do believe that.
You need it.
There was clear feedback that you want to hold a workshop. We'll work on the details with you, and then I will also offer 221s to make sure that nothing falls through the gap individually as well. If you want to take me up on that.
I think it's good to do both. That's a good idea.
So you want to just try and find a date then where we can meet?
We will start tomorrow and find a date that works for everybody. Yes, sir.
All right, very good, Chris. Thank you. All right, moving on. It's up to you then, sounds like, on city manager report.
One item real quick. We have the July 4th event in full planning mode right now. We are looking for sponsors. That helps make the event go. So I got to get the word out there that sponsorships are available at a variety of levels. Some really cool benefits come along with that. You get one of the best seats in the house to watch the fireworks show. So if there's anyone out there that wants to sponsor the event, please reach out to our office. There's information on the city's website, prcity.com. And that'll end my comments this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Chris.
Can I ask Chris about that?
Sure.
So is Travel Paso in on it again?
Yes, thank you for that opportunity. Travel Paso has committed $35,000 to the event. We still need, probably $60,000 to $75,000 to really kind of get at where we were at last year.
Okay.
The fireworks have been ordered, so if nothing else, we will have fireworks. But we're working through the other details right now. But the event is on a Saturday. It's the 250th year, so it's lining up most likely to be a big event. If I can real quickly, thanks to Angelica and Linda Plesha, who have stepped up and are leading our efforts this year. We have a committee now, and we have a lot of great staff that are working on this. So sponsors are out there. We would love to hear from you.
Okay, council business and committee reports. Who would like to start? Chris Beal?
I just want to comment, I was at the Uptown Park and Community Garden, and it was just such a delightful scene. There were all sorts of people at the garden. And then on a Saturday morning, there were like 40 people at Uptown Park, and they were having a blast. It was a hot morning. They were playing in the water, and it was delightful. There were all ages. There were families. It's such an important community resource. I know that Community Services had a successful teen night, and I just want to stress, like we talked about, how important the Ravine is for, kind of a place to go. The programs for our teens are so important. And the more kids that are at teen night at Centennial, or the less teens that Commander Lair has to deal with. So we have a connection here, right, about how important these programs are. If you didn't sign up for the sauerkraut class put on by Library Services, libraries are more than books. It's too late because they're full. Although I think you can get on the waiting list. I bet Angelica would let you. So thank you for letting me be a service.
Okay. Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. Just very quickly, thanks to Chief Stornetta and Police Chief Damian Nord for coffee with the city. That was a great presentation. Always learn something. We had a youth commission meeting on Wednesday. Thursday, attended our city employee oaths of office and years of service recognition ceremony. Congratulations to Karen Gillardi for 25 years and Angelica 14 for 10 years. How she managed to put up with us for 10 years. It's just, we're very blessed. And finally, just wish everybody a happy Passover and a happy Easter. So thank you very much.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. And Councilman Bausch did mention already the Youth Commission. It was a very interesting meeting because we got the reports from the committees, And the youth activities are really just outstanding. They're getting tremendous participation, and they're doing a lot of things that kids want to do, not just the things we want the kids to do, but the things that the kids themselves want to do. And that's what's important. We've got a great youth commission, and they're an inspiration just to attend their meetings. Other than that, I did have a SLOCOG meeting, council governments meeting this week, and the interesting thing about that, or last week actually, is that they are moving ahead with a lot of different projects, and one of them was mentioned tonight, and that is the off-ramp from 101 onto Highway 46 East is one of the high priorities for expansion. The problem is the terrain and the embankment down to the river, because it's so steep, and with the encampments that they have in that area, we have to somehow work around that and build that up with a wall or something to be able to support the compacted dirt that's necessary in order to get the additional lane in there. But we are working on it. It's very expensive.
Great. Thank you, Fred. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, I would too like to thank the Coffee with the City. It's amazing how much the public doesn't really understand about our police and fire departments and how rewarding it is to have two communicative chiefs. Of course, Starnett is more communicative than Damien. But it's truly a blessing to be in a community where there's so much part of the community, you know. The fire department, police department are wonderful, just like our staff. And I'd just like to say thank you for that presentation, and let's keep up that meeting. It's really been popular lately, so I'm getting a lot of side calls, but it's all good. I had lunch with John Pashong, had nice conversations about library stuff, and interestingly enough, helping him figure out a problem. They can't find lifeguards for the Shandon pool, the San Miguel pool, and the Templeton pool. Who do you turn to? Brad Butterfield.
That's right.
So they're working together on creating and organizing lifeguards to cover all the pools. So hopefully that all works out. Usual problem with John, he's got to help find these people. The other thing I'd like to share with everybody is I have a very important puppy, and he likes to really walk a lot. So I spent an afternoon with him at Barney Schwartz Park. And I can't tell you, my wife and I walk together all the time over there. First of all, how beautiful the fields are. Oh my gosh, it's like out of Field of Dreams. They're just perfect right now. And we're enjoying that. And then there's so many people and families that enjoy that park, and there's not even a game going on. I mean, we probably saw 50 or 60 other walkers, and I just want to thank Barney Schwartz for giving us the land, and thank our staff and Helga's group of people. It's beautiful right now. If you get a chance, please go look at it. And of course, you all know that already. So, and then my final comment of the evening for our city is, let's keep our mind on our astronauts and get them home safely. Truly a remarkable event. And I know we're getting to the spaceport business, but what a job. And the commander is from Cal Poly and a former teacher at Flamson. Now, you can't get any better than that. So anyway, have a good
One minor
Paso.
historical correction.
Yes.
Barney Schwartz didn't give that park to us. It was given to us by Lyndon Chandler. But Barney Schwartz had his name put on it because he's the one who twisted Lyndon Chandler's arm to donate the land.
So corrected, but I still love the park.
All right. For my reports, I had the monthly mayor's meeting. Actually, Pismo Beach hosted, Mayor Ed Woggy did that. We actually met at their new fire station, safety center, police and fire. It's beautiful. It's right where the old one was down there, I think on Bellow Street along the highway. And just about done, getting real close. I also attended the chamber ribbon cut for Certainty Home Loans on Spring Street. Also did the Paso Robles groundwater meeting, and we basically started talking about staff to bring us back operational ways to get Prop 26 engaged so that we can fund our minimal budget to make Sigma continue for our area. Mid-State Fair, we also went to the annual awards for that. That was really fun to do. And finally today, I did a spaceport meeting with Paul Sloan and a bunch of other people. It was very good. NASA finally made it down from the Bay Area to attend that, and they're very helpful. They have a lot of good ideas what they'd like to try to do and help us with, so very, very productive. Also like to take an opportunity here, if I don't mind, to announce to my colleagues, the city staff, and the public that after careful thought and discussion with my family, I've decided that I'm not going to be seeking re-election to the Paso Robles City Council this next year. Public service has always been one of the greatest honors of my life. Over the past 4 decades, I have had the pleasure of serving our community in several different capacities, first in the mid-'80s as a volunteer fire captain, and then 4 years on the planning commission, and then finally 20 years on our city council, including the last 3 as your mayor after the unexpected passing of my good friend, our good friend, I should say, Mayor Steve Martin. Throughout that time, my focus has been helping Paso Robles grow in a thoughtful and responsible way while preserving the character that makes our community such a special, special place to live, work, and raise a family. I believe I have honored my oath of office that I have taken many times over the years by working to leave our city in a better place than I had found it, something that I think Fred said tonight. It's been a great honor and privilege to work alongside my fellow colleagues on the council, professional city staff. That it's just amazing to see what you have achieved in your lives and how you help the city and all our residents. The many dedicated community partners, the volunteers that we have that help us do what we do. Together, we've made meaningful progress in public service and safety, street maintenance, housing, infrastructure, economic development, and other quality of life investments for our residents. I'm tremendously proud of the work we have accomplished, and I am also deeply grateful for you, the trust, and the community that have placed in me over the years. I believe leadership also recognizes when it's time to pass the torch and allow new voices and perspectives to step forward. Paso Robles has a strong, strong future ahead, and I'm confident that the next generation of leaders will continue to build on the foundation that we've been working on and put down. When time in the office concludes this next December, I will look forward to spending more time with my family, enjoying the freedom to travel without worry of missing a meeting, focusing on business interests, and among other things, continuing to support my community in many other ways. Paso Robles has given my family so much, and I always will remain deeply committed to the future success of Paso Robles. One thing will never change, my belief in Paso Robles and the Roblins who make this community so special. Serving this city has been one of the greatest opportunities of my life. I thank you all so much for allowing me to serve, and it's been an amazing ride. So, we'll see what happens in the next few months. Thank you. Upcoming events. One last thing here. Library Board of Trustees, April 9th, 2026, 9 a.m. Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting April 13th, 2026 at 1:30. DRC Development Review Committee, April 13th at 4 p.m. Paso Robles Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting April 13th at 4 p.m. The Development Review Committee again at April 20th, 4 p.m. And finally, our next City Council meeting in this Norris Room, City Council Centennial Park, April 21st at 6 p.m. And with that, I'm looking for an adjournment.
I'd like to move that we adjourn in the name of Marjorie Hammond for putting up with you, John.
And second that.
Okay, yeah, that would work. Yes, St. Marjorie. Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned.
Thank you for the
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right. Hi, Fred. Take care. All right, well, it's a good meeting tonight.
Survived another crazy meeting.
Which?
You survived another crazy meeting.
Oh, I know, it was long. We haven't had one this long in quite a while.
I know.